Okay, chat. Hello, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm just eating a burrito right now, so if you hear any eating noises, I'm sorry for the ASMR. How is everyone doing in chat? No sushi yet, Miro. I might have to wait until I go north and do it with Party. Is she Party? Oh, that's exciting. Yeah, that's what I want to do for my celebration. That's what I want to do. Sushi and singing, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Epic. I'm not a super foodie. But I like me tacos. I like me burritos. I like pasta. I love ribs and wings. I'm not even sure if I could put a tier on my food because I'm not a super foodie, but I definitely would not say no to tacos either. It's just that Epic food is expensive here, and if I want to order in something quickly, you gotta order carefully. And there's a local burrito place where you can get 2 burritos for the price of 1, and it's like $14 for 2 of them, and they're a nice size. So it's kind of about money. I make a lot of choices based off of finances. Yeah, as long as there's meat in it, I'll eat it. Yeah, that's how it rolls. But anyway, so how is everyone? We got Ben in here. Hello, Ben. We have Miro. Good evening, Miro. And Epic. Hello, Epic. And we have Party, our mod, in here. Wow. At the beginning of a stream. This is crazy. We're probably gonna lose her. Party just won at Scrabble? Wow. Okay. We should give her a gold star for this, because our mom can be kind of crazy. Party leaves chat. Oh my gosh. Hello, Shay. And hello, Leo. Leo is into food, books, and movies. I'm into books, gaming, hobbies, and then food. Food is actually fairly low on my list of things. Niece and nephew spent the night last night, played way too much Scrabble in the last 12 hours. How's Ben, Leo, Epic? How are the boys doing in here? Lose her to Crunchyroll? Oh, Party. Yeah, Party likes Crunchyroll. I mean, I did do Crunchyroll last night for the first time in ever. But I'm actually less likely to watch a TV show and movie than I am to play a video game, do a hobby. So I think I would go... So it's like, what will Chieko do in the evening? Okay, what are the odds of her doing something in the evening? Okay, so the odds of her actually working on something is very high. The odds of her gaming on something is pretty high. The odds of her doing a hobby is pretty high. The odds of her we will also put down here gaming and watching YouTube. So that's like a 2-for-1. Doing a hobby. So what kind of hobbies? Drawing, writing, programming. Where is writing? It might be here. Like, it depends. Working these days is writing, but we'll put writing here. If it's in the evening, maybe here. Writing. Doing a hobby. Eating. Reading. Watching TV. A show. Reading. Now, this can move up and down. Reading can move up and down. But, and then showering is very low. It doesn't, anyway, we won't go into that. And then cleaning. I hate cleaning. So, yeah, that's kind of way low down there. Way low. Oh, exercising is underneath cleaning. But, like, there's, like, empty spaces here. Like, we don't know what will go in here, but whatever goes in here, it... Socializing. What are the chances that I'm socializing in an evening? Probably here. I think I might... There's a higher chance of me eating than socializing. But I still socialize a lot. It's around the same time as eating. Magi is on Netflix. Big win. Wait 1 second. Oh. Oh my lord. Come on, Netflix. Okay. Okay. It's on Canadian Netflix. Oh, cool. Okay. Noted. Busy playing WoW for the monthly tasks for Glam. Oh, Miro is doing a grind. Okay. Doing pretty good. Going to see what food I'm going to eat for the night. Yeah. You and a whole bunch of people going to the gym can't be lower. Yeah, cannot get lower, Leo. The chances of me exercising is... I need to do that monthly stuff. I normally just let it happen, but she wants... Okay, so she also needs to get on that grind. Is this me or Asmon? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Socializing in real life, though. Yes. By the way, I am... This is real life. I'm not even counting IRL. Like, I'm not even counting Discord socializing. I hang out with one friend at least once a week. And then I talk with 2 other friends online So, and then there's Party and I. Party and I will chat. So, I actually socialize IRL. Like, I know, it's crazy. Crazy. Simp. Hello. I'm not sure who you are, why you're here, but welcome. Shay made awesome tacos though. Almost gone, so no photos tonight. Oh, sad. Leo. Shay said, who said they like tacos? Epic. Shay made tacos. Epic likes tacos, apparently. But I don't know if he was just joking or if he meant another kind of taco. Don't say you're not sure why they're here. What do you mean? Are you talking about me, Party? Epic meant actual tacos. Okay. I thought... I don't know these days, okay? Things are a little... Yeah. Yeah. Shay and Party have a cook-off, and Party reveals her white trash background, takes out a frying pan, and goes at Shay with the frying pan, and Shay reveals her Michigan... Well, we don't know if Shay is white, but I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess here. I'm gonna go on a limb. And, yeah. And it will be like a girls' cat fight, but free-for-all with kitchen implements. Yeah. We should sell tickets. Could you imagine? Girls gone wild in the kitchen. I think guys would dig it. So anyway, TLDR, sometimes I tell people, oh, I'm not going to work today. This is my day off. And then guess what I end up doing? I look at work. I'm not a workaholic. I don't consider myself someone who enjoys it. I'm a, what's the word? I'm captive to being a freelancer. When you're a freelancer, you don't have a choice, right? It's just kind of, it happens to you. So, yeah. Anyway. So, here I am, socializing on an evening. Wooly. Hello, Wooly. Shay did Pampered Chef and also collected fillet knives and cast iron pans with her mom. Let's not do that match. Oh, Ben knows. Yeah, I did work both days off. Yeah. Okay, so, as you can see, I have a few things here. First thing, I'm sure most of chat doesn't care, but it is very sad. Guys. Neil Gaiman. Cancelled. He is being cancelled. Now, I'm going to be real here. This is very sad. Ugh. So, The Sandman is going to end at season 2. Now this is sad to me. I really, really enjoyed season 1. I had high hopes for the show going down a good road. And it was going to be really difficult to get season 2 because season 1 was a difficult show. And yeah. Basically, it's being canceled after season 2. On the heels of several sexual misconduct allegations leveled at Gaiman. So, I don't know if anyone cares. Probably nobody cares. But anyway, Neil Gaiman has been faced with more sexual assault allegations. Now, I need to be very clear. This has not gone to court. Okay? This is not going to court. These allegations were made on a true crime podcast. Yeah, you heard this right. Somebody is getting canceled because of what some people said on a true crime podcast. Now, some of the stuff is wilding, okay? So let's get let's be real here, okay? Neil Gaiman is a creep. He is probably a creep. He is an adulterous creep. He's also into BDSM, which is, I mean, that doesn't have to be creepy, but if you combine it with the fact he's cheating on his wife with the nanny or the cleaner, the babysitter. So she was babysitting his 5-year-old kid, alleges he offered her a bath in his garden and then joined her in the tub without clothes on, asked her to sit on his lap, and then he did something. Now, it's interesting because a lot of these women like they showed their text messages, and it seems like the accusers had at some point played along with him. They asked him for money, they got gifts from him, and now they're and they called him master. Yeah. Now, there was a police report. It was made in January 2023, and the investigation was dropped. So, is this bro a creep? Absolutely. Is he a social leech? Absolutely. Is he a leftist white knight feminist who may actually be a creep? Absolutely. Absolutely. But let's take a look at this interesting article here. So it says here, Gaiman is not the first fantasy or sci-fi author to be the subject of serious allegations. In 2014, Moira Grayland, the daughter of best-selling late fantasy author Marion Zimmer Bradley, accused her mother of having abused her as a child, calling her cruel and violent. Okay. Then in 2018, blockbuster author James Dashner, author of young adult Maze Runner sci-fi series, was dropped by his publisher as a result of harassment allegations. Okay, now this is where things get really interesting. Fandoms have faced moral dilemmas over their favorite fantasy worlds in other contexts too. Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling has been canceled by some for her views on trans women and feminism. Some Harry Potter fans have argued for separating the artists from the art, while the others have chosen not to. Gaiman fans face the same dilemma now and have since the allegations first surfaced. Damn, no more Sandman? Yeah, no more Sandman. Simp couldn't get into Neil Gaiman. Look, I am not saying people should like Neil Gaiman. I personally think Neil Gaiman is a pretty good writer, okay? I actually think he's a very competent writer. He's good at what he does. However, he's probably a creep. Let's all be real here. He's probably a creep, and he's going to get canceled for being a creep. My only issue is like, I kind of agree with these fans here. Like, do we have to cancel everything at the drop of the hat when there's not yet like a proper police investigation? This goes back to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This goes to J.K. Rowling. This goes to Neil Gaiman. Is Neil Gaiman a leftist person who may be a little bit like, I'm pretty sure he was tweeting about Me Too. Like, this is all very hilarious and ironic. Like, I'm not saying that he didn't do something wrong, or he may have done something illegal, but the problem is we don't know. And until we legally know, until things are legally made, do we really want to live in a world where we're running around conflating art with the artist? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe we can hold off, or maybe, like, I don't know. So Simp couldn't get into Neil Gaiman. Totally understand, Simp. Neil Gaiman's not for everyone. I don't like all of his stuff either. I did like his Sandman stuff, though. I didn't even hear about him until he was canceled several years ago. I thought he's being on the blacklist for a while. No, Shay. He's been fighting it. That's tough. Sandman was well praised. It is tough, Epic. Once again, it was a well-written show. And now it's going to get effed because some creep couldn't stop being creepy. And a whole bunch of people are racing around. Like, can we let the police do some policing? I don't know. I never liked his books. Yeah, once again, you don't... I like the comics. Do hookers not exist anymore? Why can't these guys just pay for their needs? I don't know, Arm. I don't know. I think it's like opportunism, right? Like, there's no doubt in my mind that Neil Gaiman is an opportunist. There's no doubt in my mind he's a creep, right? He's an opportunistic creep who hit on his nanny, the nanny, 2 employees, and 5 fans, supposedly. Once again, these are allegations. These are people talking to podcasts, okay? This isn't even like, oh, we're in talks with the police or something here, okay? This is people talking on podcasts. And anyway, so, yeah, it's wild. And all male feminists are creeps. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it sounds like it, right? Because you have Joss Whedon, who misused, like, who was kind of weird behind the scenes of Buffy. Like, there's tons of people who seem to have been creepy. I found this out from Mom and Dad this week. I was so sad. I just liked Sandman, to be honest. Yeah. I just like Sandman. Maze Runner's author was a creep too. Yeah, I didn't know about that either. Rowling did nothing wrong, though. Well, that's okay. So here's the thing. Rowling, we know for sure, did not break the law. Well, she may be breaking hate laws in her country now, but essentially, she did not break the law. Okay. Gaiman may have broken the law. We don't know. Rowling, we definitely know, didn't break the law, but she broke a social, a new social rule. And so a lot of people have collapsed her art into who she is, and they try to cancel anyone who's playing Hogwarts Legacy, blah, blah, blah. This is now happening to Gaiman, which I think is a shame. I don't care if he's a leftist creep who's a feminist. I don't like the principle of collapsing the art with the author all the way. And I don't like canceling until the police have, until, like, the law courts have... I just think it's a bad habit. This is, like, a bad habit. Rowling will only remain in the limelight as long as the D. Yeah, we would have all forgotten her, Shay. Because, yeah. Streisand effect, exactly. It's more about what companies think will protect their money than anything moral about politics. That's true. Me too. I'm a weirdo. There was a deluxe edition of Norse mythology that came out in 2024 while he was being canceled, so nobody really cared. Yeah. So here's the thing. It's ramped up recently, Leo, because of a recent article made by Vulture. Now, I would be checking this article out, except the Vulture has a paywall, so screw that. No, thank you. Podcasts greater than political police hell? Yeah, exactly. Many people are into sus sex stuff. It's because he's in a position of power that it's a problem. Yeah, and I just want to be clear. One of my sisters watched this super long podcast, and they looked at text messages from the women, and the women solicited sex, and the women solicited to meet him, and the women solicited gifts and money from him. Okay, these women were not trapped in an alley with him. They could have left their job. And I know there's some people out there who would be like, well, you know, it's not fair for these poor girls. They could lose their job. Yes. It's called having convictions. It's called deciding that you have some self-respect and not doing what is going to disrespect you. Given everything going on with the Diddy trial, how it was a known secret for decades, I'm on the fence about how important allegations like these should be taken. Once again, Epic, I'm right now, as it stands, since there's no police action, and remember what the other article said, there was an investigation, it was dropped in 2023, right? Like, it's like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard all over. Could there have been issues? Yes. Is he probably a creepy creep? Absolutely. He probably is. Probably. But I just don't like how allegations without any kind of police or law investigations is destroying people. Like, we need to like send, like, women need to stop going to the press for clicks. This is damaging to, in my mind, when I look at this as a woman, I see a woman using her trauma for clicks. I'm thinking, I'm wondering. Let's just say that. I'm wondering. Did he confirm the allegations or did he tell the story? Good question. Wait 1 second here. Arm. He did address the allegations. Wait 1 second. Just going to use my other thing because I don't want to accidentally. So this is what he wrote about. So this is BBC. So we gotta take this. Well, maybe not BBC because it's not AP. Okay, yeah. Here it is. Okay, so this is what he wrote. Like most of us, I am learning. Yeah, you're learning. Yeah, okay. And I'm trying to do the work needed. I love how they talk like this. I love how he's basically trying not to say I'm a sex pervert and I have mental issues. And I know that that's not an overnight process. Yeah? Okay. But you're like super old now, bro. Should have had this like dealt with. Anyway, at the same time, as I reflect on my past and as I re-review everything that actually happened as opposed to what is being alleged, I don't accept that there was any abuse. So his response to allegations is denial. he's denying everything. He's like saying, nah. Oops, I want to turn it down a little. He's denying it. He's saying, nah, I didn't assault them. Did I have sex with them? Yes. Did I smack them around a bit because they liked it? Sure. But he is arguing that it was consensual. So once again, this is literally a he said, she said. This is Johnny Depp and Amber Heard all over again. Now, it could come out. Some police work could be done. It could come out, OMG, something bad went down. I would believe it. I'd believe it. But at this stage, like, it's just wild. There's no principle involved, just us versus them. The left sets the rules, and the walls and gnashing teeth are sweet music. So they were a bunch of hoes. Maybe, Leo. We don't know. That's the thing. We can't know. She took a dump on his pillow. Yeah. Heard is crazy, though. He's 60 years old and still learning not to behave like an unhinged teenager. What a nice fellow. Allegedly. Allegedly. So once again, I found out season 2 is going to come out, thank goodness. But nothing beyond that. And it got me thinking about the principle of conflating. Do we conflate what an author believes in with their art? Does that affect how we interact with that medium? It brings up a whole bunch of questions. If this was one of his fellow writers, would he put out a post decrying them? Oh, absolutely, Arm. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. He was... I'm pretty sure he was a Me Tooer. Absolutely. I bet he even made comments about J.K. Rowling. I'm betting, but maybe he didn't. But I wouldn't be surprised. Just tuned in and was confused why you're talking about Blake Lively. Makes more sense for your wheelhouse. Yeah. We're talking about Neil Gaiman because he's getting canceled. And I'm okay with canceling Neil Gaiman for a variety of reasons. Namely that he's a creep, probably. And on top of that, he is really woke and he postured as being a feminist. So I'm kind of like, well, you know, you deserve it. But on another level, I'm kind of like, why is this happening to him when there's been no proper investigation made and we have not yet legally stated whether he is, you know. Yeah. So some people would say, well, he deserved it because, you know, you get what you deserve. I agree. You get what you deserve. But on the other hand, I want to be treated the way I want to treat others the way I want to be treated. And I don't want to be canceled unless it's proven in a court of law that I did something wrong. So do I think he may deserve a certain level of, you know, irony? Yeah, sure. But part of me also doesn't like it when people are canceled for no good reason. Not yet anyway. I still think like socially he's cancelable because like you're creeps who cheat on your wife with a bunch of people. That's creepy, you know. Hello, Enrakin. Hello, Enrakin. Yeah, we're talking about Neil Gaiman. Well, again, he isn't in trouble with the law. He's in trouble with a company that views him as a danger to their money. I want to know if there's evidence that companies save money when canceling. In this case, I don't think so, because they're canceling a lot. They're canceling a Coraline production. They're going to be canceling probably one of their best series, which would be Sandman. Also, his last name is Gaiman. That's Chico's Wheelhouse. Very we've never been woke vibes. Shay clutches prose books close. His wife is also a bit of a creep. They were both in an open relationship. Really? Oh my gosh. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, this guy is a creep. This guy is a creep, but he wrote I actually love the Sandman graphic novels. I think I actually physically own one of them. Now, I think he is a creep. He's probably a creep. Yeah. His wife introduced some of the women he abused. They are getting divorced now. Yeah, I bet she is, simp. Yeah. Fascinating how that turns. Book burning live stream when? I'm not burning books. OMG. That is, people who burn books, in my opinion, are so cringe. I cringe them. I cringe. Book burning, Lamau. They were in an open relationship. Never mind. Why is he being canceled? I don't even know. Once again, I still think it's creepy. Okay, you come on to your employees. That's creepy. Okay, but once again, if the employees and the nanny cannot, and the fans cannot legally prove, like if they, how can I say this? It still could happen, and that something bad happened, and they can't prove it legally. But I don't know about you, folks. Like, am I missing something here? I know that grooming, for example, could stop an individual from going to the police when something wrong happens. But, like, is it how I was raised? Wherein something happens that I don't like, I go and talk to the police about it. I go down to the hospital and, like, what is stopping women from going and getting help? Like, I understand that there's an aspect of shame that goes along with it. You feel like it's your fault. You brought it on yourself, blah, 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 blah. That definitely can happen. But these women were in a long, like, many of them were with him for a while. This wasn't like a one-night thing where it was like, bam, he hit them up. I don't know. It's just, this is a situation where I think nobody was good. Nobody was good in this situation. I'm pressing X to doubt about some of these stories and like I said, I talked to one of my sisters who watched the podcast, and this sister of mine, she's very, very, how can I say this? She's very careful about these kinds of things, and she told me that she came away uncertain if anything happened that was legally equal to sexual assault. Yeah. And if Simp is right, if he's in an open relationship with his wife, then that makes it even wilder. I still think it's creepy, but it's still wild. Because it's not like he was cheating on his wife, like he was cheating on his wife, technically speaking. But he was doing it with her consent, and she was introducing the people. Like, I just don't know, guys. It's sometimes hard to control your emotions. I know some men who were in abusive relationships, it's not always clear to just leave. Absolutely, Simp. Yeah, absolutely. Ebenhard. Oh, wow. We got someone else in here. Wow, we got two people in here that are fresh names. I think it's the power dynamic. Was it legal? Absolutely. I think people think the power disparity was too large. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Eben. Absolutely. But here's an example. Here's an example that I give, okay? This sounds like a weird example, all right? I had an opportunity to take a master's in English literature. I had an opportunity to do so. The head of the department approached me, said, Do you want to set up a schedule? I'll help you fill in the forms. She was literally ready to pull out forms and start putting my name on the form. And I had 2 professors approach me separately after my courses with them. And they personally approached me and told me that they would give me reference letters so I could get into the master's program. And I hemmed and hawed, and I disappeared as fast as I could. And do you know why? Because I have a lot of self-respect. And I decided that even though it was going to harm my future life in terms of making money, in terms of getting a possible job, there was no way in heck that I was going to sit in master's classes, pay money to be socially bullied and coerced into writing or saying or doing things I didn't agree with. Because in my 4th year of university, I was silenced, and I was essentially basically, actually at one point, one of my professors scolded me because someone went to her and accused me of triggering her because, anyway, long story short, I decided I'm in a situation where I am powerless. I would have to compromise. I would have to write things I don't agree with. And I had to make a decision. Am I going to continue down this path of education and continue my education? Or will I just lump it and like just be a normal ESL teacher and not go? Like, I think, I'm not tooting my own horn here, chat. Party will tell you. I think I have the cojones and the chops to be a professor at a university. I legitimately believe that. Like, I think I have that ability. Will I ever? No. I like, my YouTube is going to be my lecture hall because I can't. And I had to decide, do I want to sit here and essentially be socially bullied by my professor, by the people in the room who were all leftists, by the way? Am I going to be bullied by these people and always be in fear of like, oh, what if I say the wrong thing? What if I admit that I read Harry Potter? What if I tell them that I read Lovecraft last week? Like, there was this one time when I admitted I read Lovecraft and somebody went off on me because I read H.P. Lovecraft while I was doing a Gothic literature course. And the professor jumped in and like was like, oh no, you know, like, I'm glad to see that you're trying new things, you know, Chieko, like, la la la. This is what I'm talking about, okay? I had enough self-respect to decide, you know what? I'm going to sacrifice a chunk of my future because, like, no. So whenever people come to me and are like, well, you know, he was their employer, leave your job. If you think that your employer has too much power and may potentially hop in a bath naked with you, leave your job. And women know, like, even I know when a guy is being a creep. And it took me a long time to figure out when to know when a guy is being a creep. You know when a guy is being a creep and you can leave. Now you might say, well, you know, it's my job. I need the money. That tough titty. Tough titty. That's the way life is, unfortunately. Yeah. Let's see if chat has ever been in the same situation where... Has chat ever been in a situation where they had to sacrifice something because of power imbalance? Has that ever happened to chat? Let's see here. Isn't it normal for people not to turn to authorities in case of most crimes? Yeah, I think there's fear. I think there's self-delusion. I also think people don't have enough self-respect. People do not have enough self-respect, IMO. So they put up with a lot of bull. It's not only guilt that stops someone from talking, it's going through a dehumanizing bureaucracy of the legal system. It depends on the legal system. Leo, in Canada, a woman does not need to face her accuser in court. At least not in Ontario. I do think it's scummy to hit on your employees because it's hard for them to say no. Is it hard? I will not be silenced. I'm moving to China. No, the silencing happened after China, actually. Before I left for China, university was a bit better. I was called a misogynist when I was in my first year at one university. They called me a misogynist. I didn't understand what that word meant. I figured it out. I was confused. I didn't understand why I was being misogynist. Turns out I was just being rational. But, you know, that's misogyny. So the constant grilling from a you might be a liar perspective felt like I was reporting a crime on myself rather than them. I believe it based on your ability to talk, but in the best way, obviously, to really enjoy listening. Yeah. Thank you, Enraken. I'm a guy, so no. Also, I had my bike stolen. The police told me after all that questioning, well, we're going to try, but there's really nothing we can do for you. Like, bro, yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Ben, I shake my head. I had an inverse experience where a teacher in high school asked me to stay until I was 21, and I said no because I couldn't wait to get out of there. Interesting. Tell me that after I called the operator, you know? Oh, stolen bike? Bye. Would have been more respectful. Yeah, I think there's also that whole question of the law system being difficult, but that shouldn't stop you from trying. I'm sorry. I know. I'm a tough old cookie here. I still think you should try. I think it's different if it happened when you were a kid and you don't remember your accuser, whoever. Like, I understand there's like a certain age where, like, I totally get, like, teens, for example. But if you're a grown adult and you're in the employment of somebody who's creepy, I think you should go. Two of my teachers were too comfortable with me, so I decided to do worse in class to avoid them. Power imbalance is a true issue. Yeah. I remember Party had a client who really liked her. Let's just say that. Now, once again, I'm not suggesting, like some people in chat were saying, your teachers. In the case of Party, it was somebody that she had to work for. Those are situations where I think, like, you're stuck, more or less stuck. On the other hand, I think with these people, like a nanny, I'm pretty sure you could just up and leave. I don't know, but maybe I'm just being a tough nut. That could be it. So we have a couple new people in chat, just so everyone knows. Let's go through what we have today. So we might be talking about female dominance of fiction. We might be talking about that. What is going on here? Did Tolkien hate everything? We're going to find out what this chick thinks. We don't know. We're going to find out. Why they can't subvert the hero. We'll see if we can get through that. Oh my gosh, that's 46 minutes. That may not happen. Something else might happen in its place. Yeah. 30 minutes, 46 minutes. Oh, holy moly. Anyway, we have this article here. Host the Discord. Oh, yeah, we do have a Discord. But I'm not sure if Eben and Simp are ready. Party is gatekeeping the Discord. Ben and Party. Okay. Oh my gosh. I feel very, very protected. I feel very protected. I feel very safe. Between Miro and Sim. Sim is not in here today. Between Miro, Sim, Ben, and Party, and Shay. Wait a minute. Who was doing false alarms? Who was doing false alarms? Who was doing false alarms last week because they thought that I was going to was that Ben freaking out? We're just making sure that only the right type of people get it. Yeah. Okay. Ben's acting innocent, but I think it was Ben. And Ben triggered Shay, and Shay was like, "Stop it!" Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ben and Shay. It was funny. Very funny. Okay, so here's, before we get into the videos, here's an interesting essay that Leo shared. It says, "The Eternal Now, How Present Tense Fiction is Eroding Literary Depth." Now, I read present tense fiction, and I've actually written a little bit of present tense fiction. I personally think present tense fiction is gimmicky. You use it for a reason, and if you don't have a good reason to use it, don't use it. That's my personal opinion. Do I think it's bad? No. Do I think it is fundamentally low class or anything like that? No, I think that's stupid. But there's a reason to use present tense fiction, and I'm trying to think of ways to say this, but yeah. Now we're going to critique this lady because she's talking about present tense fiction, but her subtitle says, "The Rise of Homogenized Fiction and the Cultural Cost of Losing Perspective." So this is a little like, what is, once again, like, what is going on here, people? Why can't people like title their stuff properly? Okay, we're going to find out. So we're going to ignore this section here. It's talking about her experiences, and she's going for literary agents. So she's trying to apply to literary agents. So, as she's applying to literary agents, she said, "I had the idea to read the initial chapters of literary fiction books published within the last 5 years to see what the heck agents expect from debut fiction authors." Now, this is actually a really good idea because this is what we would call market research. Here, I'll make this nice and big because I have a feeling people won't be able to read this. Okay. As you might guess, the result of reading the opening chapters of about 15 of these novels only reinforced my hopelessness in the literary world. While many of these books are indeed well written, though not all of them, they are all written in the same style and share several elements in common. Okay, so what are these elements? Every single one of these books begins in medias res, immediately introducing the two main characters, usually with a dialogue or some piercing revelation from one character to another. And every single one of these books prioritizes action over description with a particular aversion to setting. It matters less where we are and more whom the story is about. Every single one of these books consists of surgically treated sentences that contain relatively few subclauses and absolutely no extraneous words. And this is why I believe education is a large part of the problem, because we all know that show don't tell is what it is the mantra that teachers teach students, but they don't teach it correctly. And I say that as an ESL because I teach ESL for people who are new in here. I teach ESL. And one of the courses that I teach is writing to kids. So I'll teach kids, teens, adults, whoever needs help writing. And the problem is that unfortunately the show don't tell has seeped in to such a degree. People have forgotten that Chekhov and Hemingway were mostly short story and playwright writers. And novels have taken a hit because of imbalance. Epic is safe for being half right type of people, if you catch my... Oh my lord. Epic, if you need to slap Leo around, I mean, if you're role-playing in FF14, I would suggest using present tense, but past tense is still the dominant one. Yeah. Once again, I'm not talking about what you might be doing in roleplay or what you might be doing in a game. Don't care. We're talking about books. We're talking about getting published. Does Fourth Wing use that? Ooh, simp. That is a good question. I'm going to check. Okay, I'm going to check over here because we all know how Amazon is with me. Fourth Wing. Okay. Read sample. Let's read. Oh, chat. Oh. Okay, here we go. Oh, man. Is no Titan call trudge heaves is I'm So, as you can see here, this is first person present tense. Now, if you're going to do present tense, first person actually is a great way to do it. First person present tense is fine. But yes, Fourth Wing is first person present tense. So, yes. So, every single of these books begins in media res. That I actually have seen a lot of clients ask me about. They try to introduce all of the characters right away. I usually have to talk them down off that cliff. And this is crazy. An aversion to setting. Okay, guys, I can't talk about it in detail because of NDA, but let's just say that I read a book. Okay, it was one of those suspense psychological thriller types books, where the female role is going to go up against some kind of criminal. Part of it took place in a specific kind of building. I'm going to it wasn't a school, but I'm going to say it was a school. Now imagine if I told you that the female protagonist is in a school, but what if I didn't tell you the name of the school? What if I didn't tell you what level of school it was? What if I didn't tell you what the school looked like? What if I didn't tell you what the halls looked like within the school? What if I didn't tell you whether the school was a modern aesthetic build or was one of those older wooden kind of period schools, a much older historical type of site? Nothing. Was it in a city? Or is it in the country? Didn't know. Didn't know. Couldn't guess. Could not guess. Couldn't guess. I finally figured out this particular location was in a city. What was the city's name? What did the city look like? Nothing. It was an absolute cluster. It was FUBAR. And I was like, what? Like what? So, this is a problem. I actually have seen this happen as a ghostwriter. Working with clients, and in this particular situation, my job was to edit something that another ghostwriter had written for a client. Between the client not knowing what they were doing and the ghostwriter not knowing what they were doing, they wrote a book that was on par with the Gollum video game. It was horrible. My eyes were bleeding by the end. I would probably imagine the building. I went to Friday school. Here's the thing. If you have the characters go visit a place, Shay, I'm fine if you don't take the time to describe everything. But if the entirety of the story takes place in the school, not having a description to create mood and like suspense is, what are you doing? What are you doing? Once again, like some genres, I think like there's some specific niches where you're not required as much to do as much description. But let me tell you, this was not one of them. Yeah. Not having an environment feels so foreign. Okay, well, let's take a look at this romantasy writer. I'm looking at Moss, Fourth Wing. Okay, so let's take a look at this description right here. This is wilding to me. Mom walks toward us, her polished black boots gleaming in the mage lights that flicker from the sconces. She picks up the end of my long braid, scoffs at the section just above my shoulders where the brown strands start to lose their warmth of cover and slowly fade to a steely metallic silver by the ends, and then drops it. And so on and so forth. So you got some description there. Now I'm looking for a description of a place. Description of her clothing. So much talking. OMG. Oh my goodness. Okay, I found some description. So the halls of the central administrative part of the fortress are eerily quiet as we wind our way down through various staircases. So there's staircases, there's a fortress, it's quiet, it's administrative, it's central, there are halls. Through the windows, I see thousands of candidates hugging their loved ones and saying their goodbye on the grassy fields, just beneath the main gate. The 4 roads leading to the fortress are clogged with horses and wagons, especially where they converge in front of the college. So it's a college, but it's the empty ones at the edge of the fields that make me nauseous. Okay, so there's enough there that I can have something. I can have something. The book that I was like fixing as a ghostwriter had nothing. Sounds like the average romantasy novel. Yeah, I mean, romantasies, like the lowest form of romance and romantasies have like nothing. That's true. Oh, Wooly can slack. Well, hello again, Wooly. School settings. As an HSLDA enjoyer, they assume a lot of base knowledge I never needed. Not having an environment feels so foreign. Once again, not all niches need it, but like, why would you give up a chance to like create mood with a few well-chosen words? There's a difference between doing Chekhovian like spare descriptions and having nothing. Anyway. And then she says, and every single one of these books is written in present tense. And so she talks about the standardization of literary fiction. She talks about the homogenization of writing through the MFA degree, killed authorial voice and uniqueness. Okay, so do you remember, Epic, we were talking about what caused the writing that we had today? The world domination of workshopped fiction. Oh, I can't afford Substack. But yeah. So I'm not going to go into all of this, but all I'm trying to say here is the getting of the degree. There's something in the educational system that's gone way off the rails. And the most egregious of sins, the collective conversion of all literary writing to the present tense. Don't believe me? Take every other successful literary novel written the past 5 years, Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo, Intermezzo, Nightcrawling, and you will find sentences written almost exclusively in the present tense, while several others experiment with a hybrid model where past and present tense complement one another and become interchangeable. And yet others, of course, still do adhere to traditional past tense narration. The overt shift towards present tense betrays the uniformity of the literary momentum that in turn exposes a broader cultural upheaval. And then she's talking about this programming and creative writing classes and, you know, how it can affect you. So on and so forth. Now, and after reading the opening chapters of these literary fiction novels, I can confirm that in developing my writing style in the vacuum of the literary canon, rather than the procession of contemporary trends, I've come up with something that sounds like me and adheres to noble pursuit of authenticity, the writer's most important duty. However, I will disagree with her wording right here. I think if you're a newbie writer, you should practice modeling on the big names for the niche that you want to write. So if you want to write sci-fi, you should be reading a lot of sci-fi. If you want to write fantasy, you should be reading a lot of fantasy. So I disagree with her here. I disagree that you can develop in a vacuum. I don't think you can develop in a vacuum. But I also agree that chasing trends, contemporary trends, is a mistake. Not having an environment feels so foreign. Yes, it was a great conversation. Epic had a lot of fun. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. It is concerning when we're talking about literary fiction and not just fiction. Yeah. Yeah. Simp said, Right Conscious just complains about MFA in all of his videos. Does he? I don't know who Right Conscious is, Simp. I don't know who Right Conscious is. I'm going to be honest, Simp. I work as a ghostwriter, and well, I'm coming off of ghostwriting, so I'm almost. I'm so close to quitting. It's so close. So I've been working as a ghostwriter, and I teach ESL. And I'm going to be honest, Simp, I don't really talk to people in my own, like on the platform that I write for. I don't talk to the other writers, and I don't talk to other writers or readers on YouTube. I'm a lone wolf over here. Maybe I should be talking to people, but anyway. So I don't know about Right Conscious. You watch that guy? Who's watching that guy? I don't know who's watching what guy. You know, gaming is starting to homogenize as well, not the writing, the visual aspect, due to everyone using UE5. Ooh, Wooly, good point. Yeah, that's a good point, Wooly. And in fact, wouldn't you also agree, like the Ubisoftification as well, like where everyone wants to have like that crowded map and all of that? What do they mean when they say authenticity? Yeah, I mean, I think this part here is also gobbledygook, Wooly. Let's all be real here. Let's be real here, okay? I don't know what they are actually saying there. But in terms of your voice, your writer's voice should be developed over time, for sure. Absolutely. If you are, as a writer, not pursuing on some level your own voice, that's a shame. On the other hand, if you're a ghostwriter, your voice isn't really, like, having your own voice isn't helpful. Because as a ghostwriter, you have to sound like someone else. So, is it the writer's most important duty? I think that's hyperbolic. That's hyperbolic. Nah. A writer's most important duty is to be authentic? I don't think so. At least, like, if you're writing for yourself, sure, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's because, like, I'm black-pilled AF. I don't know. I just... writer's most important duty. Isn't the writer's most important duty to tell a good story that people want to read? Whether it sounds like them or not is not the point. This smells, okay, chat, this here smells of those people who are like my aesthetic. You know, like those people whose authenticity is more important than the IP. Who are like shitting on the authors or the previous, like the WoW writers, the Witcher writers, like all of those people who are like, I have to feel like my voice is in here. And it's like, no, it's actually not your voice that matters. Because not all writing is about your voice. Some writing is about making someone else's voice heard, not your voice. Yeah, Ubislop and Soini are experts at repackaging the same thing for measly. Yeah. A writer's most important duty is to convey their message to their intended audience. Yeah, that's what I would say. Depends if you view the writer as a creator of art or the creator of a product to be consumed, right? Or both. Or both, Epic. But my truth, I must speak my truth. Yeah, party. What is your truth? Come on, chat. Chat. Everyone in chat, write down a one word that is one of their truths. Let's see chat be truthful. No, a writer's most important duty is to entertain readers. Yeah, that's fair. Chicken. chicken is party's truth. What is people's truth? Too sexist. Not all writers intend for their work to be consumed by everyone. Yeah. Maybe it is the artist's choice. Maybe it's the artist's choice. What else is the truth of the chat? Homunculus. Evolution. Honor. Oh, honor. That's actually, yeah, that's sweet. I don't write to create a product. I write stories. And I would enjoy reading, and then it's my job to decide if I should market that. Yeah, but if it's lit RPGs, epic, you are going to slightly think about the product. I think about the product. Even when I was a fan fiction writer, I thought, I'm interested in writing about Loki. Okay, what am I going to write about? And then I would read a whole bunch of books, and then I would decide what is one niche where no one is going with this, and then I would write that. I think if you want to make money off of your writing, you will have to compromise and think about your work as a product, period. You're naive and idealistic if you think that you can just think of your art as art and not as a product. There has to be at least 25% of a product in there. Otherwise, you're doing it for yourself, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you don't think about it in terms of a product on some level, I don't know. Unless you're very lucky, I don't know how you're going to make it. Candor. Ouroboros. What is with all the homunculus and Ouroboros shit up in here in chat? Is everyone watching Full Metal Alchemist? That's so anyway. So apparently MFA is ruining everything. Now I'm going to be blunt, chat. I did not do an MFA program. I just have a basic, bachelor's degree with honors in English literature and culture studies. Okay. So I want to go down here. It says, I cannot tell you precisely what goes on in an MFA program. I have a hunch that the tilt towards the present tense might arise from an MFA's professor's insistence that the present tense creates a greater sense of immediacy and helps the reader better connect with the book's characters. Does this sound familiar to anyone here in chat who may have been talking with me in Discord about modern versus mythological writing? I don't think Karn is here in chat. I don't think MB is here in chat, but in contrast to past tense, the present tense is urgent. It places the reader in the moment with the novel's characters and in turn creating an atmosphere where every action feels consequential. It entices the reader to turn the page, the prime goal of marketing conglomerates. In a world where the doctrine show don't tell reigns supreme, Peter Biles debunks that for us here, MFA professors gain from emphasizing a stylistic choice that lends itself naturally to showing in the peculiar illusion that the reader is there with the novel's characters. Isn't this lady crazy? She's absolutely making a good connection here, in my opinion, at least. The present tense thus becomes a leading contributor to the perception of psychological intimacy. What did I tell MB/Karn the other day? The modern writer this is the primacy. This is humanism like 101. It's about the human. It's about the human mind. It's about the psychology. That's why Rings of Power failed. Rings of Power failed because it's so focused on psychological intimacy. It's not actually focused on what we're all there for. We live in a society that's deeply preoccupied with questions of mental health and psychological acuity. Mindfulness. Character psychology has risen to the forefront of literary fiction, and the present tense offers the most straightforward method to tap into raw and immediate thoughts. They also lied about poignancy. And while I do sympathize with the push towards psychological depth, depth. I mean, it could be death as well. Literature should fundamentally provide us with a window into the human psyche. This present tense method, oh my gosh, chat, hold me, is often clunky and desirable and also somewhat narcissistic. Didn't I say this about Rings of Power? I'm telling you guys, modern writing is so focused on the human that it borders on narcissism. Like, once again, I'm going to be writing, various extremely marketable fiction somewhat soon. But if it's all that we have, this is bad. This is not good. And this isn't because someone's gatekeeping the good way to write fiction. No one here's, and this is where Epic and I kind of like parted ways, I think. No one here is hiding the good way to write fiction. This is being perpetuated by, this is like, you remember how like you had women talking about systemic patriarchy? This is a systemic educational problem. This is a systemic educational problem. This isn't like a few good authors at the top hiding how to write a book well, and they don't want people to figure this out because Lord forbid they get competition. No. This is a whole bunch of people who are perpetuating this. And ordinarily, I would put some X's to doubt on some things. I don't agree with everything this person is saying. But here's the problem, okay? Once again, excuse me. I'm under NDA, but I did work with a client who comes from this world. Okay? And they kept asking me, "Oh, have you read this book? Have you read that book?" I covered that when I was doing la la la. It was one of the worst books to work on. They thought I was great. I was like, I'm taking a break now. In writing a novel in the present tense, authors of literary fiction strive to emphasize the now, reflecting an obsession with the immediate self at the expense of perspective and reflection. See, this is what I was talking about Rings of Power. This is the fundamental sin of Rings of Power, was focusing so much on Galadriel's psychological truth that it took away the elevation of reflection. Present tense narratives push depth, context, and reflection to the wayside, providing a myopic view of events that encourages a single interpretation to reign supreme. The present tense limits literary writing to descriptions of a particular moment, overshadowing the importance of narrative structures that promote reflection and thematic layering. This eternal now, in turn, mirrors the solipsism of our modern culture. The absence of reflective narrative voice allows us to indulge in a particular moment and obliterates the necessity for both forethought and hindsight. Okay? And this is why when people come to me and tell me that book reading is better than playing a video game, I mentally give them a middle finger. Because romance is written this way, a huge chunk of romantasy is written this way, a huge chunk of suspense and thrillers and mysteries are written this way, and all of the supposedly good stuff, the literary fiction, is written this way. I think MFA programs aren't to blame, just that it's popular with readers. That's a good point, Simp. So what I would argue, Simp, is that MFA programs are the natural, like, I wouldn't say MFA programs, because once again, I actually think it's an educational problem. MFA programs are simply the symptom of a bigger problem. I don't disagree with the systemic failure of the education system. Oh, okay, epic. Okay. It's mostly I didn't take a course for writing when I went to college, so I do view myself as self-taught. Oh, by the way, Epic, I think I took one creative writing class in high school, and that was it for me as well, Epic. So you and I were basically bro-fisting here at this moment. But I will say, I don't know if it's the MFA program per se, okay? I don't know if it's like the MFA program. What I would suggest, though, that it is an educational issue. And I only say that because as an ESL teacher, the textbooks that I teach from have a section based off of narrative writing, and then there is a creative writing. So there's the narrative essay, and then there's the creative writing stuff. And usually both of the textbooks, the creative writing is very much like this. So the models that they're giving to the children are actually very much within this kind of scope. So I do think it is an educational issue. I just don't know if it's just MFA. Like, it actually might be worse. It could be the entire system is bad. And that is encouraged by readers who want to read this way, right? If it didn't work, if people didn't like it, then books would be foundering and women would stop reading. But women are still reading. And I say women because like, obviously females are dominating the traditional public. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Men and women enjoy it. Now let's take a lit RPG for lack of... Let's do lit RPG. Let's do... let's take one. Overpowered wizard read sample. Let's see. Oh, okay. So the one I randomly picked was third person. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Back. No. Past tense. Okay. Overpowered wizard, a progression lit RPG epic, is past tense. Okay. What about... this one. Let's choose this one. I'm just reading samples, chat, and I would show it to you, but we all know what happens when I show my Kindle. Wow, this is something else. Oh, third person, past tense. So far, lit RPGs are looking good, chat. I'll just choose a couple more. I'm literally not even, like, looking to see how good these are. I'm just randomly choosing some samples. Third person past tense. Third person past tense. Are the male lit RPG writers holding up third person past tense? Let's see. What about this one? What about this one? Okay, let's see. Oh, no, never mind. Here's the first person present tense. Okay. But it seems like lit RPG is more balanced. It seems like you got a bit more balance in the lit RPG world. Oh, Karn, you just missed. Karn, this lady was, oh my gosh. Karn. Try Dungeon Crawler Carl. Oh my gosh. We covered Dungeon Crawler Carl last week. Were you here last week, Sim? Dungeon Crawler Carl. Let's see what he... So we covered him last week. Dungeon Crawler... Or was it last week or was it the week before last? I don't know. It's all... Let's see here. Book 1. Is Simp somebody that we know? Is it Deck? Is it Simulacrum? Uh-oh. No? Okay. Dungeon Crawler Carl is one of those unique books that here. Now here, for example, you got present tense. And he's actually talking kind of to the audience, like breaking the fourth wall. But here it says, I didn't have a choice. It was below zero. I was outside. I was wearing boxers. I was also holding. She was called stuck. Here it is present tense because it's breaking the fourth wall. And then present tense because this is like introducing himself. But I checked page, like the following pages. It's first person, get this, first person past tense. So first person perspective past tense. So still past tense. And it's more reflective because he's looking back. So reflection is built into the story because he is narrating it to you and looking back at something that happened, which I think most people wouldn't even recognize as happening, but I would recognize it. And what that does for me as a reader is it takes out any concern for the narrator, because I know that whatever happens, they will survive because they're talking from the future about the past, if that makes sense. So this actually removes immediacy almost right away for me, but I bet most people wouldn't even understand what's going on, like in terms of what that means for the narrative. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe chat would say I would notice. Who would notice in chat? Have you been undergoing lit RPG exposure therapy? Karn was watching two times to catch up. Oh my lord. What? I was planning to take creative writing courses. Oh, simp. No. Simp, you don't... What do you want to write, Simp? Can you share with us a little bit what you want to write? Because I'm pretty sure, like, there are ways to maybe go about, right? Like practicing creative writing without... I mean, if you want to do a course, but it might be better to learn how to read as a writer and then just read what you want to write. Like that could be the 1-2 step program that you need to do. Learn how to read as a writer. Then number 2, read a lot what you want to write. Then number 3, just write it. Maybe get a really good editor. I think it's present tense. It's past tense technically, simp, but they break the fourth wall and then they go into second person, and they also use present tense on occasion, but it's largely past tense. They're rejecting modernity. There's a homogenization of film. Netflix has a list of approved cameras that you must use if you want your film to be published. Not surprised. Not surprised at all. Yeah, homogenization everywhere. Like, look at the music industry. Did anyone ever watch those YouTube videos where they talk about, like, the 4 chords that the music industry is based on? It's a thing. 2+ weeks ago, I think you did the writing class. Oh, well, guess what, chat? You know that the outline that we were working on, that's coming up this Wednesday. So if you want to work on a book outline with us, simp, please tune in on Wednesday evening around this time. We will be continuing our journey into outlining a fantasy novel. Isn't The Lovely Bones narrated that way, though? There's nothing wrong with breaking the fourth wall. Shay, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. But you have to use it well. Oh, Simp watched some of the outline stream. Okay. Simp, what do you want to write? What are you into writing? The cool thing with these sort of past perspectives is that fact we don't know if other characters would survive. Authors who use this perspective usually create a lovable side character. Which they may then kill. Arm. Yeah, that could be where the clutch comes, but for me it's the main person usually. Oh, Simp is going to try Romantasy. Okay. Okay. Well, Simp, I can give you some tips on that if you like. Because I've actually written romance for some clients, and that's what I'm going to be doing as well. Yeah. I meant from the future, talking about the past where the narrator is not in fact safe. It could happen, Shay. It could. But usually there's a hint, there's a foreshadowing. If you're not trying to do a switcheroo, and do something that feels like you're cheating, you have to foreshadow it. And usually it starts out with, I didn't think that this would happen, but here's how it happened. So once again, unless you are going with an unreliable narrator that's incredibly contrived, yeah. Okay, so look at that. I wonder if Ben is still here in chat. Does he see? Is he here? Oh! Yay! Okay, Simp, make sure you join the writing channel and just ask me some questions in there if you have any questions. If you want to do a consultation, you can reach out to me under, like writing resources or submissions, and I can talk to you about how to tackle it. I could actually probably tell you how to write a romantasy, or at least I could tell you how a romance would work. Yeah. I prefer a non-all-knowing narrator. The way Dresden Files and Dan Abnett Inquisitor novels handle first-person mystery has been inspiring for me. Hence all the first-person shorts I share. Warlord Trilogy is a first-person past. Narrator is now a scribe in a monastery writing down his experience with King Arthur. We also don't know what's going to happen to him at the present. You're still confused about first and third? Yeah, we can enlighten you. Epic is into writing. We have Leo and Karn, who goes under MB in Discord. They're major readers. Shay is also very capable writer. But basically, first person uses first person pronouns. Second person uses second person pronouns. Third person uses third person pronouns. Third person is the most common, but there are 3 types of third person. And some of them allow you to be a bit more unreliable than others. I read romance manga. Do I count? Ben, you should say, Ben, you should say, I read Path of Exile 2 dialogue boxes. Do I count? Actually, if you want to write romance manga, then yes, you should read a lot of them. Now, I don't know if chat knew this, but I read a lot of books last year and the year before that. I didn't realize I had read more than I thought I'd read. I was reading a certain type of book, and I read a lot of them. Like a lot. Like a lot. Like maybe too much. So whatever you want to write, you need to read a lot of it. So you understand what they are looking for. But you have to be able to read as a writer. Okay, so let's see. Is there a problem with this? Yes. The problem with this method of enticement, however, which casts a work of literature as a sort of vineyard made for Tantalus, or at least a very bad soap opera, is that this mode of thinking, which presumes that a reader only stays for a book because of excitement, is fundamentally flawed. Contrary to your TikTok feed, literature demands patience. And this is the fundamental issue that I have with people who came to me as a ghostwriter. Okay, so when I worked as the ghostwriter, people would come to me with their idea that they had for a film or a TV show or a video game or this or that or the other. And they'd be like, okay, I want to make it a book. And I'd be like, okay. And then I would write the book and they'd be like, wait a minute, what? And they literally wanted the book to be like all of the other forms of entertainment. Just go, 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 go. Cracking jokes all the time. Just like no pause, nothing. In creating a world where literature is simply about reeling you in, we are destroying the deep, intimate purpose of literature and reflection on human condition. And this is an issue, by the way, with video game storytelling as well sometimes. And this is why Final Fantasy XIV, to me, is at the top. Because there are moments in Final Fantasy XIV online where you sit with a character and you just look at the stars together, and you have a moment with the single character and they are talking about what they think or feel, and it's very, very quiet and reflective and intimate. As opposed to, oh no, we gotta go to this place. Oh no, something's happening at this place. Now we have to go to this place. Oh no, now this is happening at this place, so we gotta go to this place. Oh no, now this thing is happening, so now we gotta go and do this thing. Oh no, like, oh my gosh. Oh my lord. Ugh. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it can get really bad. One of the ones that could get actually really, really bad, Guild Wars 2 had this problem. WoW has its own special problem. I don't think WoW necessarily has that problem, but WoW has its own other. WoW is different. WoW is different. The past tense is valuable precisely because it demands reflection. It implores us to consider our actions from a distance and judge them with a critical eye. In Anna Karenina, we are presented not just with Anna's immediate relationship with Vronsky, but also with a commentary on the circumstances that led her to engage in adultery. In Great Gatsby, the past tense is the vehicle through which Nick Carraway reflects on Gatsby's stories with both criticism and nostalgia. And in Pride and Prejudice, Austen uses past tense to weave in irony as she presents us with an incisive social commentary. These great works of literature are not great simply because they tell interesting or provocative stories. They are great because in conveying these stories, they force us to reflect on the content of their narrative. That is actually true. Now, of course, some people, School of Frankfurt, mistake this as, well, of course, we have to like shove propaganda into our stuff, and that's what makes it meaningful. No. But, yeah. So anyway. Check out game. Cross Tales. Cross Tales? Let's see. When will you read some Arknights? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's true. Wooly, join the WoW people. There's a WoW crowd that's brewing in Discord who want me to do reacts. And then there's the Arknight man, the poor lonely Arknight man. Book talk screeching in the distance. Yeah, for real. People try to write books as if they're writing movies. Exactly, Epic. That is it. 110%. If Crosstails was on stream. Crosstails? Crosstails on Steam. It's a game. So, are you talking about a game, Ben? Crosstails? Okay, I'll take a look. I kept telling him he needs to scan and read the lore entries, and he was losing it. He couldn't even read the lore entries. It's only pays to get hints on how to progress through the game. Lamau. Imagine reading. Yeah. Wow. He was perpetually lost. Garden of the Moon feels really fast with no quiet moment. Garden of the Moon was a book that challenged me a lot. I had to stop every now and then and be like, what is going on? Garden of the Moon felt very, very contracted. But there was do you remember what I was saying, Simp, before? There are some niches where you can get away with it. I put Garden of the Moon with like Neuromancer by William Gibson or Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. There's like a certain kind of niche where it's fine. The problem is when it's everywhere. So once again, like, I'm not suggesting we kick out present tense. I'm not suggesting we remove first person perspective. I'm not suggesting that nobody can write in this. What we are suggesting is that there's too much of it. There's too much, right? We need balance. We need to bring balance back to the Force. There's nothing wrong with first person perspective. It's when that is all that you read, or it's all that is being published. That is the problem. Same thing with the mobile. I was kind of making fun of the stories that just go from one place to another place to another place. And yeah, it's just, it's not that it can't ever happen. It's just that it's too much when everybody is doing it, if that makes sense. He kept saying, I just want to do what a kid wants to do. Okay, fine. Stay lost then, you little wannabe nerd. Look it up? Okay. Crosstails. All right. Store. I don't care if people know my Steam name. You can friend me on Steam if you want. Crosstails. Mixed review. Why is it mixed? Nice overall school tactics game, the same style as the Mercenary series, but the English localization is really bad. Script reads as if it was copied into a cheaper version of Google Translate. I've completed both character stories on hardest difficulty. Okay, that's just about gameplay. I read this game had a bad English localization. I hoped it was negligible and I would enjoy the story regardless. I hoped the adorable character designs would carry it. I did not consider was how the localization would affect learning the game. My prior tactics experience is mostly Fire Emblem. Okay, so that person struggled. The story and writing began to grate over time. Most of the characters feel rather one-note and annoying. The writing has consistent errors. The story is pretty much exactly cut and dry kind of war story most games of this nature present you with. Non-stop narrative action is fatiguing. You need some slow parts to rest and digest what happened. Absolutely, Wooly. Yeah, exactly. Sanderson feels like a Marvel movie. I only read like one Sanderson like way back. Simp. So I have not kept up with Brandy Sandy. But I could believe it. I could believe it. WoW story ain't worth reading. Arcnight is? Yeah. Okay. Well, don't. Yeah. I'll get there, Wooly. I'll get there. The Trail series is a JRPG series, famous and infamous for its word count. I've paused the grind because I was feeling bored. What have I missed? We're looking at a game called Cross Tales. Has anyone here played it? Oh, wait a minute. Are these cat people? Are these cats or dogs? This matters. This might matter. Oh, it's feline tribes. Add to wish list. It's okay. It's okay. I can fix you. I'll just... There's a 9 Trails game currently, maybe more. If you're literate in 2025, you're trying too hard. I figured it out, Ben. I figured it out. I figured it out. It took me a while, okay? Poor Ben. Just struggling over here. He's trying to give me what I want, but I'm like, what? What? What do you mean? Look at those cute little ear boys. Although that guy looks like a Doberman. Is that a dog? That's cute. Very cute. Oh my gosh. Cat tails. This is too much. Okay. Sanderson feels more like a shonen anime that's 100 episodes with 750 filler episode. Mistborn is much more adult version of Star Wars, for example. The magic system feels like... I feel like I've read a Mistborn like a while back. Novel Rogue. What is Novel Rogue? Card deck building roguelite JRPG. Looks like it was made in RPG Maker. Right? Is it just me, or does it look like it was made in RPG? There's nothing wrong with RPG Maker, FYI. Just, you know. Squirrel. Okay. You know what, Willie? Shh. Fuck you, Willie. Okay. All right. We basically come to the end of the article. We need to return to past tense, okay, so that we can restore our capacity for critical thought. I love this. I'm actually going to send this to my mom because I firmly believe that my mom will like this. I'll probably also send it to my one friend. But for those of you in chat who want to share it with other friends who might enjoy it, check out this article and enjoy it. You hate me because I say the truth. Okay. All right. Now, we're going to watch a short video called The Female Dominance of Fiction Has Become Ridiculous. And yeah, we're going to watch this. I'm going to just turn it up here. Hopefully not too loud. And we're going to listen to yet another rant about female dominance. Okay, we're going to listen. I don't know if people can see this, but it says, for marketing and publicity in 2019, so this is a bit old, and this was by Lee and Low Books, 74% of people getting, I guess, in there was 74% white, 81% cis women, 80% straight, and 90% non-disabled. Now, I'm gonna go for a hot take here, okay? Not surprised, because not many people are disabled. Most people, thank goodness, are straight. so that the human race can continue. Most women are going to be in the fiction world because women's brains tend to just, and gay men's brains, by the way. So if you're a gay man in chat and you think, oh, I like reading, guess what? You actually have something going on in your brain that is atypical, neurologically atypical. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. Nothing wrong. And then 74% white. I don't even know why we talk about this, because although our countries are more multicultural than, let's say, Asia, there still is going to be more white people represented everywhere in most things, except for, some negative stuff. But anyway, and it's going to just, like, you're going to see more white crime. You're going to see more, white people divorcing. You're going to see more, white people doing things because there's just more white people, generally speaking. You wait till you go to Asia. That will blow your mind. Live in China like I did for 9 years, and then you will then you'll see. You'll see. Then it's going to be 90% Chinese, so on and so forth. But anyhow, let's see what they talk about female dominance. Let's see what is talking about here. This is Echo Chamberlain. So let's see what he says here.
Marketing.
Oh, oops. Let's try again.
The gender disparity in fiction is bordering on farcical. 83% of marketing, 92% of publicity, and 78% of editorial staff in Britain's publishing industry are female. About 3/4 of new titles in fiction are by female authors. A poll of the American publishing industry found 77% of publishing staff were female, including 6 in 10 at executive or board level. When the Women's Prize for Fiction was launched in 1996, it was badly needed. Back then, female writers found it hard to get their work published. To illustrate how farcical the current literary landscape has become, the circumstances at commercial and award level are now worse for men than they were for women when they felt compelled to bandy together to launch a women's-only literary prize out of frustration at being marginalized. When the Pulitzer Prize-winning author Elizabeth Strout criticized women's domination of the fiction market, she found herself on the receiving end of a social media pile-on. She was advancing a notion that few people in the world of publishing are willing to do. Most fiction editors, those who have the power to buy up manuscripts, are middle-class, white, left-leaning women. This new breed of publishers and agents, with their similar cultural tastes and political perspectives, are increasingly commissioning works from authors similar to themselves. In Britain, there are no recognizable heirs to the likes of Martin Amis, Julian Barnes, Ian McEwan, and Salman Rushdie. The same is true in the US, where long gone are the likes of Saul Bellow, Philip Roth, and John Updike. Booker Prize winner John Banville recently criticized this current suspicion about white straight men and added, "I would not like to be starting out now, certainly. It's very difficult." Nowhere, whenever an article is written about the almost farcical lurch in the other direction, does any commentator even think to wonder if the prior disproportionality, always considered a shortcoming of publishing, could be even a mild issue replicated the other way. Wherever there are graphs showing demographic breakdowns of the industry, commentators will roundly criticize the lack of representation of minorities, but say nothing about the astoundingly out-of-whack gender disparity, which is staring them right in the face. There is a slightly priggish blind spot. The latest Booker Prize shortlist includes just one man. Over the past 5 years, The Observer's annual debut novelist feature has showcased 44 writers, 33 of whom were female. Either male authors have gotten worse, or white female authors have gotten better, or were always better all along, or white middle-class left-leaning women have become disproportionately represented in publishing and promote white middle-class left-leaning women, writing stories featuring white middle-class left-leaning women, to be read by white middle-class left-leaning women. And for the record, being more ubiquitous doesn't mean inherently better.
Okay. Just want to say that in Canada, for example, what video are we on right now? The Female Dominance of Fiction Has Become Ridiculous by Echo Chamberlain. So far he's using a lot of stats, which I like. But I do think women have always had a larger presence in publishing for a long time. For every famous, amazing, genius male writer, there were hundreds and hundreds of very competent, albeit maybe not very genius ladies who were making bank. And there were even very competent and genius writers from the female side of the equation, like Ellen Montgomery, Louisa May Alcott. Lots of those people were females who made it big. But generally speaking, there were tons and tons of women since the 1800s who have been around for a while. And it's just the way it has been for a while. I think men just don't read and they play video games and read manga. Simp, that is my tinfoil hat theory, because if we look at men before the 80s, I think men had a higher voice, like a more dominant voice in publishing. I think the arrival of the computer in the 80s plays some factor into it. I think there is a factor that the computer had an effect on male entertainment. Now, I don't know if there's scholarship on it. That's just a gut instinct that I have. The cartoon, the comic book, and the computer. I just think it had a lot of effect. And then I think it was worsened by the educational push that happened in the 80s, where girls were prioritized in school system. And so that also, I think, resulted in girls doing really, really well and boys eventually not doing well. To the point now, by the way, chat, to the point where UK is now like having trying to resurrect male literacy. And then I think there is something, what was the ludicrous title? There was this one weird article, and it was like men aren't getting as many degrees and how this is a problem for women. So like they took what was a legitimate issue for males and they made it like a problem for the females. And I remember just laughing so hard because it was like, really, queen? He's just a phlegmatic British man. I mean, probably. I wish men had more degrees. I used to read a lot of fiction as a teenager and adult. Nowadays, what I most read is essays in theology. Willie is on the Willie planet. He also reads gotcha games. Okay, chat. Let's not pretend. He reads Punishing Grey Raven and Arknights and that other one where the girls are like guns or something like that. I don't know.
Think of this in the wider terms of cultural footprint. How many contemporary authors can you think of who are household names and whose works have caused a sensation? How many contemporary authors are in the cultural zeitgeist, discussed socially, not in the world of literary festivals and online literary magazines, but in the collective imagination? How many contemporary authors can you think of that hip undergraduates have as paperbacks in their backpacks on college campuses? How many contemporary authors can you remember having enough of a public profile and being compelling enough to be on late-night talk shows? You would have to be deeply emotionally immature or harboring some kind of morbidities and bitterness if you for a second took the attitude that this ludicrous gender imbalance was somehow deserved after such an age of the imbalance going the other way, that it was a kind of fitting restitution, and that this would be good for literature and for culture. You'd also have to be emotionally immature to have such a blind spot to think that male writers have traditionally had proclivities, tics, limitations, omissions in their writing, and yet women, rising into prominence, wouldn't have opposite but equivalent omissions, tics, and proclivities that might not be all that agreeable or relatable to vast swaths of men. Well,
Yeah. Yeah, so we need to be blunt here, okay? So first off, I think that if we are going to accuse dead white European males of having an axe to grind, it would be very silly to pretend that certain female writers don't have an axe to grind. Now, do I think all female writers or all male writers have an axe to grind? And the answer for me is actually no. I actually don't think so. Like Gordon Corman. I don't think you could read a Gordon Corman and think that he has an axe to grind. And as much as we make fun of romanticy, I think a lot of romanticy writers are just there to give fantasy to their readers. I just don't think all of them have an axe to grind. Are most women authors that well known? There are some, like Louisa May Alcott, Ellen Montgomery, Virginia Woolf. Another one would be Margaret Atwood, Margaret Lawrence. Another famous one would probably be what's her face, P.D. James, or whoever wrote 50 Shades of Grey. Everyone knows 50 Shades of Grey. Everyone knows Stephanie Meyer. Everyone knows J.K. Rowling. Most people who are into fantasy will remember Madeleine L'Engle, Ursula Le Guin, Robin McKinley. I'm probably missing. There are a lot of famous female writers across a whole bunch of genres. But if we're talking about literary fiction, and if we're talking about traditional publishing in general, I would say that male writers are more remembered with some female writers. Like, it's actually an equal balance if you think about it. So for every Tolkien and Lewis, you can think of a L'Engle and Le Guin. So I think that we actually did have a balance of major big names in some ways. It's just that some names were more popular. So the Tolkien estate probably made more money than the Madeleine L'Engle estate. But that doesn't mean that, like, they didn't have their place. So, Anne Rice. Yeah, Wooly. Anne Rice. Jane Austen. Yeah. Dark Romances, I'm pretty sure, has a lot of axes to grind. I think Game Over is blocked. Tanith Lee. Nobody knows Tanith Lee. So here's the thing. I think some names are big, some names are bigger. And of the bigger names, I think guys tend to have a larger impact long term because they were around longer. But there were still some major female big names through history, like Jane Austen and Daphne du Maurier and Ella Montgomery and Louisa May Alcott and what's her face Nesbit, Edith Nesbit, and Agatha Christie is massive. Agatha Christie is massive. Okay, huge. It's perception. It's perception. If everyone sat down and really thought about it, there's tons and tons of solid, great, famous female writers out there, and there always has been. There was an imbalance for a while. They rectified the imbalance, and now it's swinging the other way, and that is not good. It was bad before when it was only guys dominating, prize competitions and things. And now it's bad because it's only women dominating the prize competitions. Like, it's bad both ways.
Well, it's time for a bit of overdue honesty, which is to say, whilst the majority of published authors have got there through talent, insight, empathy, and honed technical craft, quite often, reading a disproportionate amount of fiction written by women, you'll have, from a guy's perspective, a disproportionate amount of sensuality, of sentimentality, of bright convivial humor that doesn't quite translate and isn't quite universal. If you admit or allow for the idea that there are traits in men's fiction that you've always felt a little off, a little cursory, lacking in abstraction or even lived experience, then it's not asking too much to acknowledge that the opposite can also be true. And if the current market of fiction is disproportionately awash at a 4-to-1 ratio, then not only are there limited options for men who might be inclined to go into a bookstore and check out the latest fiction, but it also can have a cause and effect of dissuading men and boys from thinking that the publishing industry and literature is for them, creating a negative cycle. If you have an emerging echo chamber of cosmopolitan, liberal-leaning white women and a social milieu of cosmopolitan, liberal-leaning white women interested in themes and content and signable new authors who are cosmopolitan, liberal-leaning white women, for a literary marketplace of cosmopolitan, liberal-leaning white women, and you have produced a manuscript with masculine characterization and themes, you might be dissuaded from too much emphasis of these things because the person receiving it in their email might consign it to the slush pile. And a crazy irony about all this? These very cosmopolitan, liberal-leaning white women talk to a great extent about diversity, representation, inclusivity, and plurality, and yet, in the book industry, those lagging behind in representation as literary agents and in the publishing business as a whole are women of color. In their internal and industry surveys, the publishing industry laments this disproportionality and marginalization when they themselves have the agency to alter it, with, in the American publishing industry, 77% of publishing staff overall being female, including 6 in 10 at executive or board level, able to implement the very changes they tie knots in their handkerchief over.
No. Okay, I know he's trying to make a point here. He's trying to say Black women are not being represented fairly, or maybe even Black men as well. Why aren't, this is, et cetera, et cetera. I think women can be extremely cutthroat. And this supposed hand-wringing that women are doing is all lies. It's whitewashing. They don't really care. Women are behind corporations just as much as men are. Women don't care any more than men do. In fact, I would argue that in some ways, women are more sensitive to hierarchy, and so they are more likely to leverage it against any competition. If there's going to be any kind of gatekeeping of a voice from an industry, I could imagine it being in something like the publishing world where they just don't care, or they have an actual antipathy toward a specific voice, let's say white male voices, or they don't care, apathy toward, let's say, Black female voices, supposedly, then you can see how certain people will never crack into the industry because they are either actively working against those voices or are actively ignoring certain voices. In terms of popular culture, I still think male writers have more of an influence. Dune is always being remade. George R. R. Martin. Enid Blyton. Oh my gosh, Enid Blyton. Don't talk to strangers. What about strange policemen? Yes. Yeah, Enid Blyton was major. By sales, I think Rowling is a titan over GRR. Oh, Shay. Only Stephen King comes close to her. I think that nothing to read as a man is a cope, particularly since a lot of big books are from men. Sun Eater is a lot to read. There are sort of YouTube videos sort of spread a myth that men aren't creating anything now. Simp, were you there like a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, where we talked about this? I also believe that there is some weird rhetoric going on about men not having anything to read. Men do have some stuff to read, but it's hard to find it. And how can I say this? Men have enough to read, given how little men read to begin with, but it is nowhere equally representative to how much is put out for women. And so the output, if we were simply going 1-to-1, the output for women is fundamentally greater. But that's because women are going to be reading more, because we know that female brains are more linguistically blah, 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 blah. But you said YouTube videos sort of spread a myth that men aren't creating anything now. So there was this guy we responded to, James Douglas, and we had a little bit of a beef with him because he went to a Target. And I talked with my American friend who lives in Michigan. And she told me that Target's main customer is mostly housewives. So the bookshelves are going to be angled to marketing to the female shopper at a Target. And that when she goes to her regular bookstore, and I actually visited her regular bookstore back in 2018, 2019, and things were looking fine then, and apparently they're still fine. So it might be dependent on who is stocking the store of your bookstore, but things are looking great. However, my friend who has a degree in English literature and education, and she was a high school teacher, okay? So this is where things got interesting. We had a discussion about this. My friend said that if you want to give a modern book to a young boy, there's Captain Underpants, there's Dog Man, there's Diary of a Wimpy Kid. There's all of these really strong, interesting, funny, gross, exciting stories for young boys to read. What is lacking, she pointed out, and I think she has a thing here, is anything for boys between the ages of 12 and like up to the 20s, early 20s. So young adult is almost entirely pervaded with female interests. And like Percy Jackson, for example, and Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children would be early teens, but there's not really a ton of strong stuff for teen boy readers, especially upper level teen boy readers. So there is a gap. I do think there is an industry gap, and I think there is a bias in the industry for sure. But does that mean there's nothing? Absolutely nothing? No, I think that's rhetoric. And does it mean that like guys aren't creating for themselves and for each other? No, obviously not. Yeah. George R. R. Martin, we were talking about him. he probably represents one of the most interesting things that guys got into. But it turns out, according to Herman, who talked with us, it turns out that most guys are actually listening to books on Audible. They're not reading. And this is a problem because if you are not reading a physical book, the physical book is not going to go on the shelves in a bookstore. That would be stupid. So is a bookstore going to shoot itself in the foot and put up product that no one's going to buy? The answer is no. Because most guys, according to Herman, are listening to books, not actually reading them with their eyes, which, by the way, is a problem. Because although listening engages the brain one way, reading engages the brain another way. And it's not good if one person's only doing reading or only doing Audible. Oh my gosh, Herman is in here. Oh my Lord. Herman popped into chat. I somehow called Herman into the chat. Holy moly. Herman, we're just talking about Audible and how much guys listens to Audible. Yes, the streamer hath summoned the Lore Forge. But Sun Eater is new, and I've only seen young women read it. They returned the book, though. Being represented was always about jobs. Hiring actors, hiring talent from places where access isn't easy, but then again, the path to hell is paved with good intentions, I guess. Absolutely, Epic. Yeah. Once again, I don't want to attribute malice where stupidity is probably more likely. Let's just say that. Poor Herman. Herman entered our Discord. Well, I mean, he's a grown man. He can mute. I recommend, by the way, everyone mute our Discord. It gets wild in there. YouTube grifters love to read Dune. They would probably like to read Sun Eater. Yeah. So once again, Simp, I understand the heart of some of this YouTube messaging. Same thing with the Rings of Power critiques, right? I don't disagree with the general takeaway of some of these critiques, right? I have a degree in literature. I have heard literally from the horse's mouth. I have read Walter Benjamin's seminal art piece on art and the loss of the spiritual from art due to over production, mass production. And so he suggested that art would find meaning through propaganda and political messaging. Literally, he came out and said that in what was it, the 40s, 50s, something like that. So it's been around for a long time. Okay. We know that there are people out there who are on purpose using art, using writing, using film and music and video games to make a point, and they are fundamentally invested in tearing apart systems of tradition. And this is why writing and art are now getting shit on, because people are like they're producing stuff that's not good because they were not taught anything that was good, because their education system has been dominated by people who are fundamentally interested in denouncing and decrying good stuff because it was made by white men from problematic backgrounds. So there's a whole history that I absolutely can see happening. We can talk about that. But to say that's the only issue and that this is all that's left is very silly, because I think guys are coming out of the woodwork. Herman's coming out of the woodwork. James Douglas is coming out of the woodwork. So this doomer kind of, I'm a black pill, don't get me wrong. I think humans are fundamentally flawed and stupid, but even me, who's black pilled, is let's calm down this hyperbole. And let's also take responsibility. Men have to take, if men really care, they need to start voting with their wallet into areas, into people. They need to do research. They need to find people like Herman and they need to support the authors that they care about. So yeah. I can't concentrate with Audible. Leo, I'm actually more like you. I struggle with listening to books unless I've read it already. I can't handle Audible. My eyes read faster than I can listen. So yeah, I prefer. Candyman. Oh my gosh, Ben. Stalin said that about cinema before Benjamin. Well, the thing about Benjamin, Leo, is that Benjamin and the School of Frankfurt thought that they could do communism better, okay? They thought... So don't call them communists. They would get angry at you. They'd be like, no, that's not real communism. You know, like how people today are like, China isn't real communism, which China kind of isn't. But anyway, China isn't real communism because communism can't work, right? So then they point at China and they'll be like, well, that's not real communism. So that's not proof that it can't work. And the answer is no. The proof that it can't work is that it isn't communism anymore. So Walter Benjamin was one of those types of people who was part of the School of Frankfurt, and they thought they could do communism better. For real. I'm not joking. So his ideas probably came from the Iron Curtain before everyone found out about the gulags. And then when the gulag information came out, everyone was like, oops. And then they try to hide it. Yeah. People need to vote with their wallets or give up the right to complain, I feel. Yes, absolutely. Audiobooks are way too slow for me. Yeah, see, Shay's with us. Real communism, yeah. I'm not black-pilled. Jack Vance wrote 70 novels. If we're not careful, we're going to summon Hassan. The entire progressive mindset is do communism, but for real. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it. All this to say, I think that there's a rhetoric right now where people are taking away agency from guys and are trying to blame the whole situation on the female sex or on the industry. But there is a certain level where guys also have to recognize that it got to this place not just because the women did it. The men, by not doing certain things, also did it. So it's much more nuanced, I think, but...
Substance and quality of writing trumps theme, of course, but it's also human nature that some people are going to be more amenable and receptive to certain themes or writing styles, at least at a subtle or latent enough level to prospectively tip the scales to the slight degree that determines what is preferred and in vogue. At school level, boys aren't shying away from these competitions entirely because their brains have been rewired for the shorter and sharper dopamine hits of playing video games. They're eschewing these competitions partly because they're lame, unreceptive to their preoccupations and interests. These competitions need more relatable male judges who can address the tonal imbalances and create a permission structure for boys to feel that it is worth their while to submit pieces that are suffused with things that actually interest them, encompassing...
I do agree with him here that, okay, so, kind of. I think computers and comic books have had a big effect on the male brain. However, we know that the education system skewed toward females. And we know, like, if you've done any work in the educational system, you know that, like in Canada, for example, over 80% of elementary school teachers are female. You have this young boy, he's 7 years old. He's going to say something wildin'. And you're going to have teachers like, now, Johnny, that's not nice. And it just takes away everything. It takes away everything. Now, I have 2 students in grade 7. So these are boys. And I told them it was time to write a creative writing project. And the one boy was like, okay. So he came up with this creative writing project and it was wild. Guys, it was wild. there was these two teens who got kidnapped by Elon Musk and taken to Mars, where they had to fight for their lives in an IKEA with mannequins in a Squid Game styled, Beast Wars styled, like Mr. Beast type war style kind of like competition. And I could see how some teachers would mock and kind of what's the word? Try to transform or change the boys who want to write about shooting things and stabbing things and hunting things. And I wasn't interested in that. So I was like, okay, you want to write about, killing zombie mannequins in an IKEA on Mars in a Squid Game show run by Elon Musk? Okay. Well, let's add some dialogue in here. Can we describe the IKEA a bit better? What does Riz mean? Can you explain? Can we like maybe take out, his eyes sped like, like some of the he was talking like skibbity toilet. And so I had him kind of take some of that out, but I did not tell him, I did not correct his content because this is what he wanted to write about. And I did not care. I was like, you want to write about a guy trying to find the lore of Five Nights at Freddy in an IKEA on Mars? You go do that, bro. Or Susan. Do they want DEI for men? I mean, right now, ARM, there are now movements within like the UK and stuff to battle for boys learning, because we are now learning that, like, for example, in Canada, for every 100 women getting a degree, only 83 men are. And this is not equal. That's not equal. That's a gap. Back in the day, people were complaining about the glass ceiling and the wage gap. Now, maybe we need to talk about another gap, right? It's the double standard. And both sides can have double standards, by the way. I just never felt like, oh, not enough books out there for me. There are thousands of really good novels already out. Yeah, that's true. Johnny is a rebel, baby. It's like complaining not enough new flavors of candy. Johnny's got his gun. There can only be one Ben. That's true. There's an aspiring Lovecraft challenger right there. Sounds surreal, but it might be entertaining. Chat, if I can get my hands on that old story, okay, I don't know. I'm not sure about the legality of showing a student's work, but let me tell you guys, I was crying laughing. I had such a fun time. Now, you know what? I can talk about my baby brother, Martin. Bless his heart. He was really young. He was struggling with writing. I came back home from China one year, and my mom came to me and was like, I just can't get him to write. I was like, okay, I'll sit down and I'll run a little mini writing course with him. Because at that point in time, he was being homeschooled. So I ran a small writing course with him, and I taught him how to write a story. And he wrote a story about a tree that was killing people, if I recall correctly. And he read his story to my mom. Now, my mom is not one of those ladies who is like, oh no, but even my mom was like, isn't this kind of lame? And I was like, Mom, this is what he's interested in. It doesn't matter if you think it's lame. The question is it written well? Like, what are we doing? So if you can imagine my mom, who's not even like she's not a feminist. She's not anti-male. She's always been like as supportive as she can be within, the fact that she's, a woman. But like my mom is not a crazy woman, okay? And if my mom was struggling with sort of accepting that story, how much more do you think it would be difficult for a misandrist teacher, for a hyper feminine teacher to accept and embrace and encourage the male interest in school? Is the tree gore well written? Realize this, my unfinished FF from when I was a baby might still be on FFN. It dissolves into mortified goo. Oh yeah. Yeah. My stuff is I never deleted my old stuff. Does the IKEA on Mars have Swedish meatballs? That's the type of world building you need to do. I think he was smart enough to have the IKEA like kind of shut down and abandoned Herman, so they could like kind of shack up in the, like they could like put up boards and like create like a safe space inside the IKEA temporarily, but then the mannequins came to life. Anyway, TLDR, I think my brother had a really interesting story. I think I'm pretty sure he showed Party, because I have a photo on my Instagram of Party and my brother. Party is sitting and my little brother is leaning against her, and she's making a disgusted face and pretending to not like it. Or like pretending to read it with disdain, but she was clearly pretending because, little baby Martin was her favorite. Oh yeah, that's right. Your RBF. Yeah, my bad. But I remember Party read it, and there was this whole part where like he's like hacking at the tree, and I think the tree took the guy's leg or arm or something, so he has to go back and fight the tree again, and then he beats the tree. I forget the whole thing. We're gonna have to find. Let's actually, just gonna go in here, go like here. Okay. All right. We'll find out from Martin. We'll find out from him straight from the horse's mouth. Didn't he draw stuff too? I don't know. It was very violent. It was violent. It was. I remember he said to me one time, I'm hunting Japanese people in the jungle, because he was like on a World War II binge. I was like, Japanese people? I like Japanese culture. He was like, what about tigers? I said, okay. If I read many reviews from women complaining about an author, I know he writes amazing books. Yeah, so, okay, let's keep going. So all I'm going to say is I agree with Echo Chamberlain here in the sense that I do know that boys have been struggling, like, in terms of literacy. We know this is the case. This is not an if situation. This is a situation, okay? Now, you can come to me and say, oh, I have no problem reading. Oh, I had no issues. Oh, my childhood was fine. You were lucky, okay? You were like an outlier. A lot of people had issues. A lot of people had issues. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're going to find out from Martin if he can remember the tree story. Let's keep watching.
The illicit, the vulgar, rugged individualism, the mordantly sarcastic, the visceral, the sexually and socially competitive, the lurid, and the dissident, At a half-conscious level, boys comprehend that, in a competitively viable sense, it is prohibitive to write about the things they would actually like to write about. So why bother? Instead of posing questions like, why is there such a crisis of boys not reading? Or why are boys so lost and lacking in confidence when it comes to fiction and literature? Women in the publishing industry need to allow for the idea, as intensely counterintuitive as it is, that they may be, to at least some extent, part of the problem. For the BBC Young Writers Award, girls have won 8 times in the last decade.
I like how he said, to some extent, they are part of the problem. And I agree. Because I still think men need to own up to not fighting for it. They collapsed and they let it continue. But there is an issue with boys struggling. And we know, remember everyone, we looked at the literary agent wish list. We know the literary agents are looking for minority voices and female voices and voices from LGBTQ+. And so if you're not part of any of those 3 groups, do you remember that one literary agent who was like, I'm tired of straight white male protagonists or something like that? So white male protagonists. So I just feel like you're feeling very limited. You're feeling very, very limited. But yeah. Funny thing is, I'm now hearing more and more about female written books are stale because they rely on a handful of tropes, enemies to lovers, friends to lovers, etc. Yes. Well, specifically if it is a romance, there is really only so far that you can go with romance because it's like fairly straightforward in terms of the tropes. So you got to be very careful when you're planning your series or your trilogy. You don't want to have too many overlapping tropes so that all the partners, don't ask me how I know this. Let's just say you got to plan very carefully because there's a limited set of tropes. And if you're writing a series of books, you don't want to have like back-to-back 2 tropes that are enemies to lovers. So you want to do enemies to lovers. You want to do forced proximity. You want to do, let's say, second chance romance, mistaken identity, fated star-crossed lovers, the love triangle. What else? There? Rags to riches, age difference, height difference, that kind of thing. She hates our outline protagonist. Yeah. Love triangles. Delenda est. This might sound crazy, but I've experienced some of the gatekeeping in FF14 with being a cisgendered guy who roleplays a femboy. Some people have accused me of exploiting their struggles. Rare, though. Yeah, I mean, once again, all of that kind of is nonsense, right? Epic. Like, if you want to explore that, you should be able to explore that for real. But, people... Forbidden. Yeah, forbidden. Yeah, exactly. So there's a limited set of tropes. So they're accusing the hero's journey of being tropey or whatever. Well, let me tell you, romance novels are about as cookie cutter as it comes.
The Bridport Prize Young Writer category, the latest winner was a girl whose work explores the intersectional politics of race, religion, gender, sexuality, and migration. The 2023 winner, a story about a woman who, after 7 miscarriages in 7 years of marriage, decided to remove her womb as a way to seek agency from the toxic clutches of patriarchy. And the joint winners in 2022 were young women. In Canada's Alice Munro Festival short story competition, the Youth Prize has gone to girls for almost a decade. And in the most recent Amazon Youth Short Story competition, all 6 finalists were girls. In New Zealand, a prominent competition is the Sargison Prize. In the secondary schools division in 2020, first place went to a girl who particularly enjoys the poetry of Sappho, while second place went to a girl, she, her, and they-them pronouns, inspired to write by her experiences of LGBTQ+ identity, fantasy, and escapism, and whose writing style is influenced in part by alternative and emo song lyrics. In 2021, the winner was a girl, with second place also going to a girl, who was inspired to write by her experiences, feelings, and identity as part of the LGBTQ+ community. The 2022 winner was a girl, with second and third place also girls. All 5 of the highly commended entries were from girls. The 2023 winner was a girl, with a story entitled The Catastrophe of Swimming, about a Nigerian girl and her Pakeha boyfriend at a swimming pool. In 2024, all 3 top places and all 6 highly commended works were from girls. One of the finalists wrote that most of her work is inspired by her experiences as a young queer woman. Unless you're a tediously strict social constructivist, you would largely agree that no man could realistically have written A Room of One's Own or The Handmaid's Tale. And by contrast, there are certain proclivities and preoccupations and attitudes that men can bring to literature. There has always been, up until recently, a certain breed of male writers able to capture the zeitgeist in a way that bursts out of the publishing world, whose works become cultural touchstones. Those authors are cool in the way that indie musical acts are cool, and they're largely gone now. Irvin Welsh's Trainspotting, published in 1993, is narrated by a junkie intellectual, Mark Renton, whose struggle against heroin addiction and social deprivation brings competing notions of choice and compulsion into stark relief. The book was a sensation. In the late 90s, there was almost nothing hipper than Fight Club, a hit among all demographics. With the publication in 2000 of A Heartbreaking Work of Staggering Genius, Dave Eggers made his entrance into the American literary landscape, helping create a literary aesthetic for a whole cadre of young American writers. Jonathan Safran Foer was the literary world's hottest star in 2005, when his novel Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close punctured through to the mainstream. The best male authors have an aptitude for exploring the territory of dystopian fiction, full of portents about technology, science, medicine, and societal breakdown, the threats of autocracy, failed ethics, and modern society's exhilarating and often destructive relationship with technology. Kazuo Ishiguro's Never Let Me Go harrowingly explores medical ethics, cloning, and technology. Another mode of writing that is sorely lacking in contemporary literary culture, the male ability to combine depravity with the high literary. Martin Amos's Zone of Interest to Cormac McCarthy's The Road. Encourage and publish writers who can deliver these modes of writing, these themes, these proclivities, and you'll have loads more young men wanting to read. We'll also go some way toward fixing the glaring gender imbalance in our awards, and hopefully you'll get a pendulum swing back to where everyone is ideally represented.
Okay, I also want to add something that he didn't talk about, but my friend and I were talking about it the other day. Male mentorship. Okay. Let's say you have a dad who's reading. Is that dad telling his sons about what he's reading? Is that older man telling the younger men what they are reading? You see, I think women naturally have this thing where they're all going to the bathroom together, which kind of annoys me. But what it does mean is, like, you like a book, you tell all of your girlfriends that you like this book, you tell your kids that you like this book, you tell your husband that you like this book, you tell the whole world, you go on Facebook, you tell them that you like this book, Instagram, you tell them, Book Talk, you tell them, TikTok, you tell them, blah, blah, blah. My friend who has 2 little boys, okay, so she is a mom of 2 very intelligent little boys. She told me that her hubby likes to listen to books on Audible. And this is good, but it's bad because when the boys are playing and they see mommy reading, they equate mommy holding the book as being while mommy's reading, but dad doesn't read. And so she actually had a chat with her hubby, and basically they both agreed that at the dinner table or when they're hanging out with the kids, that she will ask her husband, hey, what are you reading? And her husband will talk about what he's reading, in general terms, of course, in front of the boys, so that the boys understand, oh yeah, daddy's reading too. Daddy cares about it as well. So I don't think it's just because of the industry. I think there's been a vicious cycle of not just things not being made for men, but because obviously things are being made for men, like obviously. But there's also an issue with our education. There's an issue with dads maybe not talking about it as much with their boys. And so there's just no culture surrounding men reading as much as it is around women reading. Like if you say the word book club, in North America anyway, you're going to think of a whole bunch of women gathering at some suburban mom's house with some wine, and they're going to talk about a book. Now, is the book going to be good? No, probably not. But it's like there's that whole culture surrounding books and women that appears to have dissipated for one reason or another. Is it education? Probably. Is it because the industry doesn't seem to be targeting or marketing for men? Probably. Is it because male interests have been sidelined because of money interests to capitalize on female stuff? Probably. But is it also because of guys having other competing entertainment interests? Probably. One of the reasons I'm proud of my staff, they don't mind when I ban those people in the cafe since they know my intentions are good. Ah, that's good. I'm glad, Epic. Do these awards actually mean anything? Well, Simp, I mean, here's the thing. There's always like the fox with the grapevine, where you're like, oh, my thing that I think should have won didn't win, so it doesn't mean anything. I think that's a little bit fox with the grapevine. I think having awards and having competitions should mean something. They should mean something. The problem is that the environment around these awards has become so imbalanced as to now make them perhaps have little to no meaning. But they should mean something. I do believe it, yes. It makes people pay attention. Orange Prize Fiction is a $30,000 prize. That isn't a lot depending where you live. Yeah, I don't think it should be about the money. It should be about the... I mean, I getting $30,000 for me, that would be nice. $30,000 for me, I'm not sniffing at $30,000. You end up making some good money. Once again, a competition or an award shouldn't just be about the money or shouldn't just be about the context. It should be highlighting for people legitimately great work to read, honestly. I honestly believe that a lot of these female authors who call themselves queer are putting on a front so they stand out. Herman, there was this lady who got canceled. I think she was from Brown University, and she was talking about how certain trends around alternative identities among young girls is actually more like a contagion, and they just want to fit in with being special like everyone else. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were to be true, Herman. Male authors are far too interested in their female interns than acting as a mentor. Ah, that's possible. Possible. I didn't know that male authors had female interns, but okay. I mean, male authors like Neil Gaiman, maybe. Oh, that's sad. Very sad. It's, because I write, they're starting to read. Oh, that's good, Herman. That should be good enough. Men do tend to talk about films and video games. Only one other guy can talk to about books with, but several girls I know do read, says Stimp. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See, that's the problem. What I'm saying is if you have young kids and the young kids don't see you doing the thing, they're not going to do the thing either. Okay? That's just the way it is. Arm is poking fun at Neil Gaiman. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. Arm and I. See, I went there too, Arm. Yeah. I got you, Arm. I got you. I just recently finished listening to The Keep on Audible. I picked up another book by that author, but I haven't started it. My father was an avid reader, still is, but mostly history. He did make sure us, the kids, had dozens of books of all sorts in the house, and when the internet international shipping became a thing, we got crates of novels shipped. Which is why you have a great vocabulary, Wooly. It does not explain your Liam Neeson voice, but explains a lot of other things. So this is all my personal experience. Okay, let's get it. My father introduced me to Dungeons and Dragons in the form of chapter books, and my mom focused more on getting me into watching documentaries. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Yeah, sounds good. At least your parents cared, Epic. Do you know how rare that is? Do you know how rare? Okay, so I went to a catchment kind of school where like half of the kids were white trash and half of them were immigrants. Because I was homeschooled, I was kind of treated like an immigrant because like they couldn't verify what my mom had or hadn't taught me. So my first class in the morning, so imagine, if you will, a socially awkward Chieko, can't meet anyone's eyes glued to the floor. Her first class is travel and tourism. This is an open class for all grades between 9 and 12, or 9 and 13, rather, because I was in grade 13. Grade 13 existed the year that I was in school. And it came time to do parent-teacher conference. Okay, so it's time to do parent-teacher conferences. And my travel and tourism teacher wanted to talk to people's parents so badly, they said that if the parents came to the parent-teacher conference, he would give any student whose parents showed up an automatic 5%. Okay? Out of a classroom of, let's say, 25 to 30 kids, 2 sets of parents showed up. Two. The lowest performing child, a young man from Eastern Europe, his parents showed up, couldn't speak a lot of English, super tried. And my parents showed up. Yeah. Of course, I didn't need that 5%, but I got that 5%. I think I graduated, like I passed that class at like 98%, something ridiculous. My bro reads with his nephews and has mandatory solo reading time set for them, so some of them are catching on. Oh, that's good, Shay. Oh, hearts to your bro. That's a good bro right there. Nerd culture is very strong in my side of the community, so there's lots of reading that I grew up seeing men do. But again, personal experience. Yes, you were blessed, Epic. You were blessed. I tried reading and then listening to Assassin's Apprentice. In both situations, I stopped because Robin can't freaking get to the point of the freaking story. I read the first 2 Assassin's Apprentice. I just hated all the characters are sort of dumb. He gets poisoned multiple times and he's a trained assassin. Oh. I think Hob is writing for a male audience. A lot of people think Hob is a male due to the name. I got my voice from a decade and a half of whiskey and tobacco. That's okay, Willie. I'm okay with it somehow. Somehow, I'm fine. It's fine. I've read a lot of Hob. I would have thought it was a good guy read, but obviously I'm wrong there. I've been in multiple book clubs. Never seen a straight man there. Even the gay men were rare. Men recommend other men's books. Certainly is a rarity. Yeah, like I said, there's a culture around reading that women have that men don't have. And so think about it. You have boys who are more interested in looking at pictures to begin with, biologically speaking. And they're in a classroom that's run by a female who's touting female interest books, right? They might have the occasional fun book like Dog Man or, Captain Underpants. But those books are not going to prepare those young male readers to read the more difficult books. They're not scaffolding their vocabulary appropriately. And then on top of that, their dads don't look like they're reading. Now, I'm not saying the dads aren't reading. I'm saying they don't look like they're reading. And so then we wonder, why are boys not reading? And also, I want to say there is this weird notion that nonfiction doesn't count, which is also a wild thing to say. Like, we should be encouraging nonfiction reading just as much as fiction reading. So there's that also. I still can't finish Name of the Wind. My parents didn't tell me to go read anything. They just stocked my rooms with hundreds of books, and I got the urge to read them. Karn is self-reporting himself as being a captive in his room. Hobbes' characters are repulsive to the male mind, emotional, indecisive, and lost in their own emotional role and froth. Utterly repulsive to a man with normal T levels. Leo, chill out, bro. Anyway, was this a good... I'm going to give a thumbs up out of courtesy because we're using this person for content. I will actually subscribe. In Serbia, a writer took a female name as a pseudonym just so he can publish his works. His female friends went to the book signing posing as the author. It took a while for the community to figure it out. Wow, okay, let's keep reading. The name of the author is Milos K. Ilic, and his female pseudonym is Anna Milos. He published his works initially under his own name and even got an award for one of his collection of stories. He felt troubled when he encountered problems regarding the publication of his new creations, because at that point, it's not like he was a complete nobody. He was present for a while, and that's when he came to the idea of using a female pseudonym, and it worked. He also ended up writing a book about this whole thing. The translated title would, I guess, be By Occupation Anna Milos. The whole thing was a big deal here in the literary community. One of the articles writing about this topic had a title, A Marketing Trick, A Critic of Society, or a Blow Against Feminism. If this is real, that's really funny. Nowadays, literature is about muscular millionaire vampire werewolves falling in love with middle-aged wine moms. No, that's wrong, but close. As a female high fantasy sci-fi fan with a passion for reading, I'm sick and tired of entering the fiction aisle and seeing its 75% softcore porn disguised as low fantasy. I grew up with Tolkien, Le Guin, Henry Lyon, Oldie, Heinlein, etc. Can we please bring that level of quality back? I'm so done with fairy princes having their eyes darken at the sight of Mary Sue number 25. One tends to wonder whether the middle-aged white liberal ladies' echo chamber that is modern publishing has something to do with this situation. The question is rhetorical. What's interesting is if we did a study of the ladies going to Gambia, how many of them would they be in this demographic right here? Just saying. They're all in Gambia. There's an intersection of tourists going to Gambia and middle-aged white liberal ladies. But I will say the rhetoric surrounding there's nothing for men to read is also stupid. I think people need to, like, take a chill. Daddy chill. Okay, now we're going to go to Did Tolkien Hate Everything? Now, I don't remember who recommended this. I think this is a royal recommendation. We're going to see what this female says. We're going to find out, do we agree with what she said? So let's see what she says.
Hated blank. Maybe it's Disney, maybe it's Allegory, maybe it's Dune. If you've been on the Tolkien sphere of the internet, you've undoubtedly stumbled across articles or videos titled something along the lines of Tolkien hated blank. Maybe it's Disney, maybe it's allegory, maybe it's Dune. But either way, it gives you the impression that Tolkien hated a lot of stuff. In fact, I've gotten comments asking me if Tolkien just hated everything. And while, of course, the answer to that is no, I understand why people might see this as the case. And unfortunately, we can't just blame clickbait and algorithms for this misconception. In order to explain and examine why this idea has become so prevalent and the ways that it's true and false, we're gonna have to dive deep into the history of Tolkien's scholarship, the perception of authors in the public eye through time, and a little bit about clickbait and algorithms. Let's begin this discussion in a bit of a refreshing place by talking about what Tolkien liked. And despite what the headlines might have you believe, he liked a lot of stuff. According to his letters and other sources, Tolkien actually enjoyed a wide range of Edwardian and Victorian children's literature, despite having some qualms with it.
Yeah, he had a bone to pick with Lang. He thought Lang was insufferable for some of the books. So Andrew Lang, I think there was like 2 or 3 books that he didn't mind with Andrew Lang's stuff, but there were some Andrew Lang books that Tolkien was like losing, like he was hashtag so done with it. Tolkien also liked Edwardian stuff. He also, like, obviously, he's a literature professor. He really loved, well, he's not a literature professor. He's a linguistics professor, but he was incredibly instrumental in translating Beowulf. His translation of Beowulf is considered to be one of the better ones. So, like, he did a translation of Beowulf. He clearly liked Beowulf. So, like, there were obviously things that he liked. This kind of rhetoric around, like, he hates everything is just silliness. It's almost kind of like cringe hipster, really. Tolkien had standards, yeah. Leo is sleeping. Okay, sleep well, Leo. I saw this lady. I saw her videos before. She's not too soy. Okay, that's good. All right. Good night, Leo. Rest well. Let's see.
We're gonna notice a bit of a trend here, where Tolkien would profess or imply that he liked something while also leveling critique at it. That's nuance, baby. A great example of this is Lewis Carroll and Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Tolkien spoke a bit about his distaste for the framing device that Carroll...
He hated the dreaming thing. I think he mentioned it. It wasn't in Tree and Leaf where he was like, that's a cop-out. Anyway, he hated the dreaming thing. I mean, I don't care. But I could see how that's sad, because then it's like, oh, it's just a dream. I feel like Tolkien had very specific tastes. And some of his tastes were subjective, and some of it was like he had a legitimate objective critique. And I think this is a matter of taste.
Carroll used, in that Alice falls into Wonderland, and it's implied to be this unreal and dreamlike place. He believed it compromised the integrity of the secondary fantastical world. And yet he also said in other places that he really enjoyed Through the Looking Glass, and he was flattered by comparisons that people made between The Hobbit and Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. He more unabashedly enjoyed authors like Beatrix Potter, who was a favorite of his own children. He really was able to appreciate the way that she integrated her prose, her writing, and her art. And he thought that her stories fell just into the sweet spot of being perfectly tailored for children, whilst not speaking down to them. Tolkien rather liked The Wind and the Willows.
Beatrix Potter, amazing lady. If you want to watch a really good film, my mom actually bought me the DVD because it's Miss Potter. So this film was made with what's her face? Oh my gosh, why am I blipping out? Renee's, oh my gosh, it's right there. Renee Zellweger and Ewan McGregor. And there's some aspects about her that my mom thought was a lot like me. So she bought me the DVD. It's actually a beautiful story. And Ewan McGregor is in it. And this scene right here, like, yeah, it's very, it's a really good film. It was done in 2006, and it's very, very, very interesting. Wind in the Willows. I read that. Is it my favorite? No, but okay, let's keep going.
Willows and compared himself to Mr. Toad. He said that he delighted in the works of Edith Nesbit, and he mentioned Edward Wyke Smith's The Marvelous Land of Snurgs as a particular favorite. And then, of course, there were the fairy tale works of Andrew Lang. His Red Fairy book, which contained the story of Sigurd, was a childhood favorite of Tolkien's, and it awoke in him this desire for literature about the icy north, literature that challenged his young mind. The language and stories that he found of the ancient world captured his imagination more than anything else, and it sparked in him this desire to create incredible secondary worlds. And if you share in that passion, I might recommend that you check out this video's sponsor, World Anvil. World Anvil is a world-building, writing, and game-mastering desktop software designed to support your creative endeavors, whether you are a writer, a gamer, a hobbyist, or a historian. World Anvil is perfect for creating wiki-style presentations of your world and writing, and their features include interactive maps and chronicles, which combine timelines and maps to allow you to plot events across time and space. Now, this software is fantastic for game masters and tabletop gamers of all kinds, but it's also an incredible tool for writers. World Anvil gives you all of the best tools to write, organize, and even present and publish rich settings with complex characters. Write, world build, and manage your story all on one platform. If you're looking for a solution for creating, writing, organizing, and presenting your fantasy worlds, you should give World Anvil a try. Use my code SHIRE to get yourself 51% off any yearly subscription. Thanks so much to World Anvil for sponsoring this video and supporting the channel, and thanks to all of you for checking out my sponsors when I have them. In his
new spreadsheet tech. I actually knew about World Anvil. I think I mentioned it in one of my writing videos. There's an aspect where World Anvil is really good, but how can I say it? I found that when it comes to me for planning and plotting, analog is the way to go for me. And I think sometimes people get hung up on the lore and the world building too much to the point where their narrative, they actually never write. They just live in the world and they just keep making and making. That's fine. That's fine. But then they complain to me and they're like, oh, I can't write the book. And it's just like, well, you did this to yourself. At some point you got to commit. You got to stop fiddling and you just got to write. So although I'm a huge spreadsheet aficionado, and I do a lot of pre-writing, and I'm a major pre-writing fan, and I do a lot of pre-writing analog, so I do it on pen and paper, with pen and paper, actually, preferably. Although, like Ben said, I do have spreadsheets, but TLDR, World Anvil is fine, but just make sure you don't get stuck in World Anvil. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. Like if you spend too much time in World Anvil, you're in trouble. But anyway.
His childhood and through his adulthood, Tolkien found himself enraptured by the works of English author William Morris, an early adopter of fantasy fiction. He's credited with art, poetry, and numerous translations of ancient works such as the Aeneid, Beowulf, and Old Norse myths. Morris's original fiction is known for its anachronistic style, inventing and using words such as therewith and thereat as a way to deliberately sound more old-fashioned. There's something about Morris's work that just seemed to capture Tolkien's mind. We have records of him buying the books, lecturing on them, and, of course, taking up the mantle of translating ancient works into his own poetic style, just like William Morris. Tolkien adopted his pseudo-historical approach to writing fantasy literature, and even used some of those invented words like therewith and thereat in some of his earlier writings. As much as later on certain people would claim that Tolkien was uninfluenceable, it's clear that Tolkien had always understood his role in the grand scheme of storytelling. He wasn't creating things entirely new, but he was adopting other people's ideas and styles and concepts and casting them into his own mold of storytelling. But Tolkien wasn't just looking back into the sentimentality of children's stories or historical works. He also was a reader of contemporary fiction, including perhaps a surprising amount of science fiction. He admitted that science fiction actually plays a very similar role in storytelling to fantasy, and he really enjoyed writers like Isaac Asimov and respected writers like H.G. Wells, who he called an old forgotten master. Now, this might come as a bit of a surprise to some people, especially considering the concept of Tolkien that's become popular in online discourse. There's this idea that was gathered from his writing, or from people writing about Tolkien, that he was a technophobe, that he was a complete Luddite opposed to progress, especially technological progress, of any kind. And as romantic of a notion as that is, it's just not really accurate. Tolkien reveled in new technology in his own way. He was thrilled by the ease and convenience of typewriters, he was really excited by audio recording and radio technology, and he was very quick to buy a car when they became readily available. In his official biography of Tolkien, Humphrey Carpenter writes, "There was the unforgettable occasion in 1932 when Tolkien bought his first car, a Morris Cowley that was nicknamed Joe after the first two letters of its registration. Tolkien's driving was daring rather than skillful. When accelerating headlong across a busy main road in Oxford in order to get into a side street, he would ignore all other vehicles and cry, 'Charge 'em and they scatter!' And scatter they did." Joe was later replaced by a second Morris, which did duty until the beginning of the Second World War, when petrol rationing made it impractical to keep it. By this time, Tolkien perceived the damage that the internal combustion engine and new roads were doing to the landscape, and after the war, he did not buy another car or drive again. You see, it's not that Tolkien objected outright to technological advancement or societal change. He just wanted it to be done mindfully. You can see this in The Lord of the Rings, where he doesn't rail against hobbits advancing through time and technology in their own plodding, thoughtful way. He objects to people like Saruman, who would scourge the old ways from the earth to replace them with shiny new soulless tech. It's been proposed that some of these misconceptions about Tolkien's relationship to technology may have been due to his close association with people like C.S. Lewis, who was so technophobic that he couldn't even handle the invention of a ballpoint pen, and he refused to use it throughout his entire writing career. But Tolkien himself...
I do think she's drawing out an important note here, which is... when we look at people, at humans, it is very, very simple to paint them with one broad stroke. But they can shift, they can have interests, they can have changes, they can think one thing and then decide, oh, this isn't true, and go another way. They can change their mind. They can go through phases. So I think it is very silly when people kind of try to make a statement with people of the past. It's not always that simple, I guess. Yeah. Epic loves World Anvil, but they need a print option. That would just give me world building disease. Exactly, simp. Stay far away. Yeah. It's like Wikipedia. It is. Yeah, I wouldn't. Let's just say this. I tried World of Anvil for about 2 days, and I realized it was not making me a better writer. It was not focusing me, and I left. Yeah. I'm not seeing the influence of Wells or Asimov on Tolkien. I don't think that Tolkien would consider them to have influenced him, but he enjoyed them. That we could say for sure. Tolkien drift. Yeah. Tolkien drift. He clearly drifted, right? At first, technology might have seemed like, oh, yeah, this is great. And then he was like, oh, wait a minute. That's why Lewis's futuristic worlds seem oddly devoid of tech. Yeah, he was definitely going for an organic alien, which, bizarrely enough, I mean, like, if alien life were to be found on a planet, it is likely to be microbial or more like animalian than like humanoid and high tech. But I mean, it could be high tech. But like, anyway, TLDR. Tolkien had layers. Yeah, okay. But I mean, why is this? I'm curious to see how she unpacks why does this rhetoric come around about Tolkien? Like, why? What is there to? Like, obviously, you have the Tolkien haters who want to paint Tolkien as like this like hardcore guy. But also, I think there are people who love Tolkien who want to paint him as a hardcore guy. Get a World Anvil sponsorship.
Was a very curious mind who was excited to indulge in the technology of a new era. But even the likes of C.S. Lewis couldn't deny the thrilling potential of science fiction. At one point, Tolkien and C.S. Lewis even engaged in a sort of write-off, where they tasked each other to write their own science fiction stories. Tolkien was given the assignment of writing a time travel story, which he never finished because he was a painful perfectionist sometimes. C.S. Lewis was assigned space travel as his genre, and from this he created Out of the Silent Planet, Paralandra, and That Hideous Strength, a formidable trilogy of
Formidable is a yeah, that That Hideous Strength drove me insane. Paralandra, Out of the Silent Planet was probably my favorite. That Hideous Strength drove me
logically inspired space travel science fiction. That's all to say that whatever the existing impression may be, Tolkien was actually a relatively open-minded reader and writer. When it was coming out, people even referred to The Lord of the Rings as science fiction, something that Tolkien didn't object to, despite it being pretty empirically false. And yet, I found that the overarching view of Tolkien was that he was this stodgy, eccentric Oxford professor with his nose stuffed in an ancient book, unwilling or even unable to accept new ideas, new technology, and progress. He became a caricature, and when you hear just a rough headline of Tolkien didn't like XYZ popular thing, it is really easy for that idea to fit into and enforce that caricature. He didn't like Disney, he didn't like Dune, he didn't like allegory, he didn't like democracy, he didn't like capitalism, he didn't like anything. And the hard part about this is that, well, a lot of that is true. He did admit to disliking Dune with some intensity. He professed a heartfelt loathing for Disney. But what's missing from all of those sound bites is the context. Sure, he claimed to dislike Dune, but that was in a private letter where he was specifically prompted for his opinions about Dune, and even then, he refused out of politeness to elaborate on why. In at least 2 letters, Tolkien claims his distaste for Disney, but literally a paragraph after that, he explains the much larger issue at hand. I think that this writing down, flattening, Bible in basic English attitude is responsible for the fact that so many older children and younger people have little respect and no love for words, and very limited vocabularies, and alas, little desire left, even when they had the gift which has been stultified, to refine or enlarge them. And it is possible that
Let's go back here. let's go back here. Let me just do a quick look to remind myself if I recall this. Pop music lyrics average a 3rd grade reading level. According to George Clare, a key researcher and writer on the topic of readability, most popular novels are written at a 7th grade reading level. The average adult reads at around grade 9. So some people are saying 5th or 6th grade. That seems vicious. Some people here are saying grade 10. What is the latest literacy rate? 4% are non-literate. 14% have below basic literary status. 34% have level 2 literacy. And then, so it's the highest is 7th, 6th, 7th. Means half of U.S. adults read the 7th grade level and below, and half read 8th grade level and above. So, as some people know, I'm considering going into a certain niche, and when I have beta readers reading my stuff, they actually have to nip this in the bud, because if I want to make money off of people with yeah, let's just say that if you use too much difficult vocabulary, people stop reading. So I agree with Tolkien on this one. Literacy has taken a hit overall, and this is why when people tell me reading books is better than playing a video game, I'm like, not these days. Nope. Make child labor great again. I'll pay them in Twinkies. Herman says, I also use Purple Prose mainly to give writing experts like Alex, Don, and Jenna Moretti a big wet finger. Herman says he makes sure to include a few difficult words in each book. Yeah. It slips in. It slips in for me. And then my friend is like, what does that mean? And I'll be like, never mind, take it out. And you're a teacher. Take advantage of what God has given you. I want to make money. I want to make money, Epic. I want to pay for rent. And I want to have a retirement fund. I'm 40 and I'm kind of screwed. So wait a minute. I'm 40. I'm turning 43 this year. I need to make bank. And then I can sit down and write my yeah. Hey, kids. When I was young, some books had difficult words or words from another language, but there was a glossary at the end to explain if you needed. Yeah, I used a glossary in Distortions in Time. And a lot of people told me I struggled at first, but I got better, and I was like, good. But that was fan fiction. I felt like I could do what I want with fan fiction because, like, I wasn't charging people money for it, so I can do what I want. Like, that's not going to be a form of income. Yeah, fantasy is one genre where the use language is wide open. Yeah, except for the fact that, like, it's difficult to make money. Once again, I need to think about my finances. Steeman would review it. No. Kids. Sounds good. Chat. Anyway, but I agree with Jared Token here. I think he's absolutely right. Look at him. He's foreseeing what we knew was going to happen. Like, that we are seeing happen, right? Does this mean that us authors have to sit back and not try to put some words in there? No, I agree with Herman. You should do what you want to do. But if you want to make bank, you're not going to hamstring your audience if you want to make bank. So yeah, you gotta compromise. Unfortunately, that's me being black-pilled. Sorry. But if I write as Kit Greenwood, then I'll put some words in there. Trust, they will creep in.
Gift which has been stultified to refine or enlarge them. And it is possible that Tolkien had a point there, since I, as a relatively young person, have never heard the word stultified before. So yeah, he didn't like Disney, but it's not because it's just gross or whatever. It's because it was anathema to everything that he thought children's stories should be. He thought that children's media should prompt them to think deeper. It should push their boundaries. It should allow room for them to grow into being adults. And he thought that a little bit of war, blood, and death was honestly a good character building exercise. Disney, especially Disney of the mid to late 20th century, did not have that same goal, and honestly, I think you can make an argument for the way that they wrote children's literature, but that's entirely another video. But this is not context that you can glean from this simple soundbite. As long as it was possible, I should like to add, to veto anything from or influenced by the Disney studios, for all whose works I have a heartfelt loathing. The problem is that everything we know about Tolkien, or think we know about Tolkien, comes from a secondary source. Even his letters, which there are so many of, were edited by a person, by Humphrey Carpenter, who also wrote his official biography. And as valuable as these resources are, and I'm very glad we get to have them, the fact is that they're going to contain some bias. They were put through the filter of another person, no matter how good their intentions were. I think one of the best examples of how this filtering can cause wires to get crossed is in the case of Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the first of the Chronicles of Narnia, was written by C.S. Lewis, who, as you might have gathered, was a close personal friend of Tolkien's. They were in a casual writers club called the Inklings, which would gather together every week to share progress and critique their writing. Now, Tolkien was, somewhat famously, not a fan of Narnia. In a biography on C.S. Lewis, Roger Green reports that
There was a mild falling out between Lewis and Tolkien at one point. So it wasn't just Narnia. Lewis brought into the Inklings Charles Williams. Charles Williams wrote some stuff that Tolkien thought was blasphemous, essentially. And then C.S. Lewis married a divorcee, and that was it. It was kind of like, yeah. So there's more drama between these two ancient men than most people know. But yeah.
That C.S. Lewis once claimed that upon hearing the first couple chapters of the first draft of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, Tolkien disliked it intensely. Now, okay, I'm not saying that C.S. Lewis is spreading false information, but this alleged conversation happened in the 40s. This biography came out in the 70s. So we're looking at roughly 30-year, 25-year time gap here. And, well, memory is a monster. This is a writer claiming something that C.S. Lewis claims Tolkien said 30 years ago on a Thursday night. Then again, this claim is bolstered by the fact that Roger Green had a conversation after having this conversation with C.S. Lewis, and Tolkien said, "I hear you've been reading Jack's children's story. It really won't do, you know? I mean to say, nymphs and their ways, the love life of a faun. Doesn't he know what he's talking about?" So that is a little bit more damning, but I think it should be noted that Tolkien isn't just saying, "Oh yeah, Narnia, I think that's garbage." He is specifically harping on one detail from The Lion and the Witch and the Wardrobe, which Tolkien had as a particular pet peeve, which was C.S. Lewis's slapdash use of mythological characters. Fauns, like Mr. Tumnus in Narnia, are based off of Greek satyrs. And satyrs and nymphs, which are mentioned in Mr. Tumnus's bookshelf, are traditionally just these complete debaucherous, overtly sexual creatures. Just take a look at this copiously blurred out art. Tolkien thought it was weird that a satyr was inviting a child into his home. He thought it was strange that Mr. Tumnus was meant to be a good and admirable character, instead of being overtly freaky. But this really just comes down to matters of differing taste. C.S. Lewis...
Yeah, and people don't remember Prince Caspian. Holy moly. Bacchus. literal Bacchus, like from Fantasia Bacchus. I would totally play it on screen because I kind of like Fantasia. But that whole scene with the horses, I don't know if anyone here ever watched Fantasia, but I remember watching it with my one friend, Jay. That's what I'll call her. And Jay and I and my other friend, C. So C and Jay and I, we would watch the Fantasia film, and we would choose which horse we were. And I was the shy, demure horse girl, centaur girl, who had like the veil with the black hair and like the purple. Anyway, black and purple. Even back then, I liked black and purple. Tolkien thought Tumnus was. Were you a proto brony? No. I just liked Fantasia. Very mindful, very demure. Anyway, we would choose the pony girls that we thought we would be. But I remember reading Prince Caspian and getting confused because I was like, why is Bacchus in Prince Caspian? And it was like literal drinking. Now, Tolkien is like, I don't mind a bit of war in my books. Let's have lopping off of heads. But he didn't want to have weird sex symbols in his kids' literature, which I think is actually very fair because people often conflate maturity with certain adult themes with sexual maturity. There's like they're two separate things. Like you can have kids learning how to be mature and do certain adult things without going down the weird sex route thing. So I could see where Tolkien was being a little bit of a nitpick because in his mind, he saw it as like, this is the only way to depict satyrs. And this is the only way it should be depicted. Whereas obviously Lewis was playing fast and loose with it. But yeah. I believe that a lot of editors dumb things down because they do not trust the intelligence of the reader. So I don't use an editor right now. Can't afford. I have someone who beta reads it. And if she doesn't understand the word, I remove it. Because she has a higher level than most people. And if she can't understand it, then it has to go. Because I want to sell my book to a certain group of people who are not very... Anyway, new pen name idea, Phil McCracken. Tolkien's words are edited. Were they edited? I don't know how edited they were. I think they were picked out. Like, we're not reading all of his letters. They were picked out. I don't think the letters themselves were heavily edited beyond, like, maybe removing certain people who didn't want to be mentioned. But once again, we don't know. Like, there was this whole kerfuffle, I think. I remember when I was a young girl, when it was, like, it came out that Anne Frank's dad edited parts of her diary because he didn't want her talking about certain things. So, yeah. Hating Disney, Tolkien would make a very good YouTube grifter. Yeah, maybe. Tolkien thought dumbness was gaming. Yeah. Tolkien is just being an autist. Yeah, he was. Definitely not the same. Well, it's not even about dumbing it down because of lack of trust. It's objectively better for your book to be dumbed down to a 15-year-old level if you want to sell the most. That's how I'm thinking about it. I'm not saying I want it to be that way. I'm just saying, like, if you're selling a certain genre, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Like, this is about respecting the genre. It's like going into Dark Souls community and saying, here's a Dark Souls game. Please buy my Dark Souls game. And then you buy it and it's actually an ARPG. That's bullshit, right? I view it as the same thing. Like, people want, let's say I have a pen name. I'm writing period romances underneath that pen name. Those period romances will need a level of writing that's going to be a little bit more elevated because it's period. It would be very weird if it was too anachronistic. Like, there's like a line, there's a very subtle line for modern period romances that you have to draw that line. I wrote a period romance for somebody like 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I wrote a period romance. Highlight. I loved it. But if you're writing modern contemporary romances, don't put difficult words in. What are you doing? If you want to make money, that is. I mean, you could stick to your principles and put in those words, but don't complain later if no one's reading it. That's what I'm saying.
Appreciated history, and so he wanted to include certain nods to mythology in his works. The historical precedents didn't really matter. He didn't have the belief that Tolkien did, that these creatures were marked with certain indelible traits. It's just not that deep. But for Tolkien, it is always that deep. Now, that's not the only reason that Tolkien disliked Narnia, and someday I'll do a full video on that, but it's these, little gripes and little pet peeves that caused him to make statements like, I hear you've been reading Jack's story, it simply won't do, and those kinds of claims go viral. But the reality of the situation is so much more complicated and so much more interesting. In 1971, Tolkien wrote to someone, I am glad that you have discovered Narnia. These stories are deservedly very popular. But since you ask if I like them, I am afraid the answer is no. I do not like allegory, and least of all religious allegory of this kind, but that is a difference of taste which we both recognized and did not interfere with our friendship. Now,
I just want to add here that we have to read this very carefully. I'm glad that you've discovered Narnia. Pretty simple. These stories are deservedly very popular. That is an objective statement he's saying there, where he's saying the quality is there. But then he moves to a subjective viewpoint about enjoyment. This is what I'm talking about when we talk about the difference between enjoyment and quality. Some things that you enjoy will have quality. Some things you enjoy will not have quality. And some things that have high quality are not enjoyable, and so on and so forth. So there's an overlap between enjoyment and quality, but it is not inclusive. They can be, it's like an overlap, but there are some things that have very high quality that aren't enjoyable, and some things that are very enjoyable that don't have quality. Now for him, he is saying, this is something that has quality, but I do not find it enjoyable. And the enjoyable part is the part where he's talking about taste. And taste is subjective. But that does not mean objectivity doesn't exist.
Now, that's not exactly a ringing endorsement, but he does acknowledge that the popularity of Narnia is deserved, and he also gave his granddaughter copies of Narnia to read before he gave her copies of his own books. You see, it's never quite as simple as Tolkien disliked this thing. Tolkien disliked a lot of things, but that didn't mean that he couldn't accept their merit and their value. He also acknowledged on multiple occasions that his opinions were not always correct and that he should not be an arbiter of taste. He wrote to Lewis, "I have something that I deeply desire to make, and which it is the largely frustrated bent of my nature to make. I think this prevents me from being a critic worth considering as a rule, and it probably makes me at my worst when other writers' lines come too near, as yours do at times. There is liable to be a short circuit, a flash, an explosion, and even a bad smell, one ingredient of which may be mere jealousy." When it comes to something like Narnia, it was really a perfect storm for Tolkien to take issue with it. He was very picky about allegories, especially religious ones, and he admittedly had problems when he felt like other people were trying to steal his thunder. And while Narnia certainly is not a Lord of the Rings copy, it must be said that after sitting in a room with someone every Thursday night for years, reading out chapters of your long-belabored medieval fantasy project, it might not feel great when someone comes in 7 years, rattles off 7 books of an entire medieval fantasy series. And none of this is helped by the fact that Tolkien, again, quite admittedly and openly, sometimes had problems with overstating. Call it the occasional overreaction. He would very often say something that was really bold, really inflammatory, and perhaps too aggressive, and later on, after he had cooled off, he would walk it back. He would, nuance it a bit. In one of his letters, Tolkien has just received a transcript of an interview that he did. They want to get his approval on it before they publish it. And Tolkien has to reply with a long letter of corrections and adjustments because, in his opinion, the interview went a bit off the rails. He explains that he's sorry that he mumbled so much to the point where they couldn't understand him for a lot of it. He apologizes for his frantic and constant pacing through the entire interview, and he says that he doesn't usually smoke that much, but that he was really nervous and the smoking helped him calm down a bit. And on top of that, he then amends a lot of what he said. He walks back his rather forward critique of Dante. He apologizes for coming across as vain when he meant to sound self-deprecating, and he explains that his struggle with reading modern literature doesn't come from a place of feeling better than it, but it's just because of the incredibly high standards and preferences that he set for his own work. He admits that his taste is not normal and says that he is a man of limited sympathies, but well aware of it.
Wow. I kind of like some of us in chat, including myself, are called out here. The truth is like, you have to know the difference between, remember that Tolkien was, he was a philologist. He was a linguist. He was not a literature major. And there is some overlap, but that is not the same. And to be a literary critic, to understand how to analyze something, requires a level of objectivity that most people are not trained to deliver. And that included Tolkien, because Tolkien, for all the fact that he was a philologist and a linguist and obviously knew his books, he was still not entirely trained as a literary, analyst. There are a lot of people out there who would like to believe that everything is equal and that there is no such thing as objective analysis of literature. Obviously, as a teacher, that is not true for me. Anyway, I definitely do not believe that objectivity is absent from critique or analysis. But I do like how Tolkien was able to admit that he was sometimes a little bit nut bar. Yeah. You have described books this way. So did he hate everything just to differing extents? He hated some things to differing extents, and some things he liked at the beginning and then he grew to hate, and some things he hated but he actually respected. So some things he disliked but respected as being still good, because you can do that. I know, craziness, but it is possible to dislike something but still respect it. Difficult for modern people today to understand, but that it is, you know. Lala, he played Lala. He's a normal person. Yeah, he's a normal person. Party. And I think he recognized that he would overreact and say things that were extremely dogmatic and strong, when in fact it was just an opinion. So I was thinking the same thing, Party. Yeah, absolutely. So I think like he was just normal, and I think people make him out to be a caricature for one reason or the other, which is really sad, because clearly, like, for example, the whole Narnia situation, he didn't like Narnia, he didn't enjoy Narnia, but he could see that it was good for kids. And I want to say as well, that whole her painting, that it's been a hot moment since I've thought about Tolkien and Lewis. If you look at it the way she painted the story, it really makes sense why Tolkien might have been a little salty about Lewis. Because if you think about it, we were talking about it on Discord, where like people have this appearance of doing really well when they're shitty, and then you are like sweating away to do good art, and you're not getting anything for it. And so I think to a certain degree, there is this sense where Tolkien probably felt like he was paddling away like a little duck, trying to get this thing out, that his own perfectionism was basically cutting him off at the knees. And then here's Lewis just like shitting out these books, and he's like, can't. If Reddit was around during his time, he would have. Could you imagine Tolkien on X or Tolkien on Reddit would have been wildin'. He would have been like Wooly, him and Wooly, like feral fucks. That was Mozart's scene. Yes, exactly, epic. Exactly. Lewis and Tolkien, Mozart and Amadeus. He might have felt like that, right? He said in his own letter he felt a spark of jealousy. So it could have been, you know. Yeah.
Tolkien was not the kind of man who could just turn his brain off. He consumed media with the same exacting, perfectionistic standards with which he wrote his own works. Tolkien's Modern Reading, which is a great resource if you want to look more into this stuff, explains, this was not just holiday reading, undertaken to fill up tedious train journeys or as a distraction while recovering from illness. No, he read thoughtfully, discerningly, and receptively. Tolkien's comment reveals he had read extensively in modern fiction, but had such exactingly high standards and peculiar preferences that relatively few books suited his taste. This is the mark of a man who is interested in and engaged with modern fiction, not one who finds it irrelevant or insignificant. Tolkien...
I think this is a really interesting thing to consider here, is that oftentimes perfectionists who exact things from other people can be extremely exacting of themselves. Now, of course, my biggest beef is the people who are exacting but aren't exacting for themselves. That's terrible. But if you're exacting and then you are, requiring much of yourself, I think sometimes it can be sad. I've seen it damage certain people in my life when their perfectionism not just makes them difficult to be around, but actually diminishes their ability to output anything. That can be very, very difficult. That can be very, very difficult. Yeah.
Was critical of the literature he read because he loved literature. He didn't like Dune because it didn't fit his very specific taste, and he didn't like Disney because he thought that we could do better. Tolkien disliked things so strongly because he loved them so strongly. He was an intensely passionate man who, better yet, understood how sometimes that passion could get him carried away, and he was careful to amend his more inflammatory statements when necessary. We are trying to peer back through time at this immensely complicated, multifaceted, firecracker of an intellectual through a game of telephone, basically. A set of blurry telescope lenses, a collection of heavily edited letters and essays and recollections. We don't know J.R.R. Tolkien personally, and we never will. And on top of that, he never wanted us to know him like that. Tolkien didn't like to share a lot of what he read and enjoyed because he feared that it would lead to people source hunting, trying to dig up the roots of Middle-earth just to see where it came from. I fear you might be right that the search for the sources of The Lord of the Rings is going to occupy academics for a generation or two. I wish this need not be so. To my mind, it is the particular use in a particular situation of any motive, whether invented, deliberately borrowed, or unconsciously remembered, that is the most interesting thing to consider. When, later on in his career, Tolkien became the center of a cult fan base, he detested it. It's not like every single one of his posthumously published letters was a tweet. It's not like it was something that he was aware in some corner of his mind was being blasted out to the cell phones of every literate person with internet in the world. Most of his letters, including the ones where he claims to dislike or despise popular media, were written in private, to one single person in confidence. Tolkien was not like the modern author, media trained and ready to put out hot takes at just the right time to boost the algorithm to get XYZ thing in the media. He was just a writer. Someone who liked to read and to write, who had no idea that he was going to become a myth or a tastemaker for generations to come. Now that is all to say that I thank God every day that Tolkien didn't have a Twitter account. But this whole problem is, unfortunately, much larger than just Tolkien. On the internet,
Disowned Epic. I don't want to be Aragorn. I want to be Prince Caspian. Good night. I'll try to catch your next outline stream. Need to get through it. Yes. Okay. Have a good evening, Simp. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. Epic. Is Epic going? Tolkien's writing style seems crazy, trying to understand by reading history of Middle-earth. Yeah. I studied Tolkien heavily. I became a Tolkien fanatic. I used to make my sisters fall asleep by telling them the story of the Silmarillion verbally. Yes. I took a long distance course back before internet. So it was through the mail with a college in America when I was like 16 or 17. So all this to say, I definitely had a huge, like I was bitten by the Tolkien bug. I never understood, like, how can I say this? I never experienced the heady, like mindless adoration of Tolkien that some people have. And I don't get the hate of Tolkien either. Like I just was like, he's a bro. He was writing. He had some opinions. some of it made sense to me. Some of it I didn't have context for because I was rather young at that time. So yeah. But yeah. So she's probably going to now go into the clickbait situation. And I wonder, like, what side of the group is highlighting Tolkien's hate for things like Disney? Because I think there are some people out there who use Tolkien's hate for Disney as like a see, Disney is bad kind of thing, when why Tolkien hated Disney is not actually something that they even understand, if that makes sense. So let's see anyway. Let's see what's going on here. It's probably going to be though about like certain people in the media who hate on him because he's a white European male or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Internet, we are subject to an incredibly intense negativity bias. As people, as Homo sapiens, which at least I am, we are from the day we are born drawn to negativity. We see it more readily, we remember it more easily, and we click on it. Now, this isn't necessarily a defect. It paid for our ancestors to know and remember more specifically what hurt them, what poisoned them, who hurt them, and what sort of things they should avoid. But modern technology has enabled this negativity bias to an unhealthy degree. Algorithms prioritize rage bait or hate posts or call-out posts because we have the biological imperative to click on those and stay on those.
By the way, okay, I'm going to tell you two conflicting things that I do, all right? But before we get that, isn't verbal Silmarillion best summarized as Fëanor no like 5 times? Yeah, but you remember I was telling my sister Silmarillion to go to sleep. They fell asleep before Fëanor hit the scene. Yeah. A postal course. Wow, old school. Yeah, Miro. I have gray hair. It's real. Miro, do you have gray hair? Tell us in chat, Miro. He wasn't alive to see modern Disney. Could you imagine? He's probably spinning in his grave over Rings of Power. Spinning. Okay, let's talk about the two things I'm going to tell you, and you're going to think I'm crazy, okay? I think clickbait and rage bait is gross. Okay, I'm going to say that. I think clickbait and rage bait is gross. And I think what's gross for me is it's not even the leftist rage bait and clickbait. You know why? Because I think they're wrong. So it's fine. They can be wrong. They can do clickbait and they can do rage bait because they're going to be wrong. Or like mostly wrong, because usually everyone is a little bit right. But my problem is when you have clickbait and rage bait from people who are supposedly supposed to be correcting these other people who are wrong. And that's where I'm like, what are we doing? Like if it's so important to talk about male representation in the publishing industry, if it is so important to talk about the disrespect of canon by modern writers, if it is so important to talk about the ideological propaganda that is like permeating everything, if it is so important to talk about this, that, or the other, why are you making it worse by like using inflammatory rhetoric to make the situation appear a certain way? I know why. Obviously, it's for the clicks, but like it just feels very I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me. Let's just say that. It doesn't sit well with me. Especially if you're trying to tell me that it's important. If it's this important, if it's this world shattering, then maybe we should treat the topic with the dignity and the nuance that it requires, because this is important. And so I do agree that when it comes to talking about certain things like this, it is a problem. It is a problem. I understand it's an algorithm. I understand you got to do what you got to do for your money. I understand that you have to make the dough. I just deeply wish it wasn't this way. Now, I'm going to say something that will also appear slightly contradictory. Okay. Although I don't like rage bait and clickbait, there are some times where I'll watch like Unsolved Mysteries, Forensic Files, Caleb Hammer, Project Runway, So You Think You Can Dance America. I will watch RuPaul's Drag Race. What else do I watch on occasion? Glow Up, British Baking Show. Okay. Now, you might ask, Chieko, why are you watching these trashy things? The answer is because I like to see people fail. I love a good trash fire. I like to see people crying. There's this one episode in Project Runway where someone's crying and their teammate tells them to cry and sew because they don't have enough time, and I love it. I'm like, I'm there. I'm there for the trash fire of the century. But I don't like it when it's about something that's important to me, because literature is important to me, because writing is important to me, because I am treating it with a degree of importance. If you come to me and say to me, I have a problem, there's guys aren't being represented in the industry enough, and then you start your video with clickbait, or if you're using rhetoric, or if you're cherry picking your data, or if you're do you remember that one guy that was self-promoting himself? Like, you're damaging the point of the message that I'm here for, that I care about on a personal level. And that's where I think things can get really, that's where I think I get a little annoyed. So I'm totally one of those people that likes to see a good trash fire, like the Sunny V reacts that, Asmongold does. No problem. Love it. But I do think if you're treating a specific topic as if this is super culturally crucial, and you're using it as a way to you're using it with rhetoric to essentially motivate people in a very unnuanced kind of way to do something, I think that's where you kind of lose me. That's where you lose me. Rap and hip hop is going through a revolution like that at the moment, exposing and driving up people who are only in the community to act as leeches and vultures. Yeah, why not? Yeah. The algorithm kills your content if you don't. Yeah, exactly, Karn. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to be in the YouTube graveyard most of the time. Let's be real here. I like to see people fail, chuckles most evilly. Come on, party. You do too. Is this why we get on? Okay. So anyway, so I get it, right? So when I say that I get frustrated with some commentators, I'm not standing on a pedestal and saying I never participate in the trash fire community. I'm simply saying if I view it as being paramount and important, I'm not going to treat it as clickbait. I can't. But that's just me. That's a thing.
And as creators, we are constantly pushed to feed into this. If you take a look at the top 4 performing videos on my channel here, 3 of those contain some form of negativity in either the title or the thumbnail. It is just how you get people to click these days. So not only was Tolkien a very selective reader and consumer of media, prone to occasional overstatements and overreactions, caricaturized by those studying him even during his lifetime, the negativity bias online would also rather promote what Tolkien hated rather than what he enjoyed. Now, the bad news here is that none of this is going to stop anytime soon. In my opinion, it's not really reasonable to tell creators and educators to stop doing this, to stop playing up Tolkien's more negative opinions, because the reality is it's just never going to happen. And if creators don't clickbait a bit, if they don't play into the algorithm to get their video put in front of people, guess what? Creators who aren't as educated, who don't want to present a nuanced approach, who don't care about the integrity of the content that they make, are going to make those videos anyway and continue pushing the concept that Tolkien was just some kind of a misanthropic hater guy. Sometimes, and this is one of the things that I struggle with the most, as a creator, you do have to sacrifice a little bit of your academic integrity just to get people to the door. And from there, hopefully you can blast them with as much nuance and academic honesty as possible, but you still have to get people to the door. And
so she's talking here about compromise. So compromise is something I've struggled with all my life. When I was a child, I was uncompromising. I thought everyone was stupid. I don't think I thought I was particularly smarter, because I thought my brother and my sister were smarter than me. But what I mean to say is, when I was a kid, I was crazy. You did not want to know me before I hit the age of 23. Before the age of 23, I probably wouldn't really respect you if you were publicly educated. I probably wouldn't respect you if you couldn't finish The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. If you couldn't read those books, you were dead to me, basically. I probably couldn't respect you if you didn't believe my beliefs exactly to a T. I was a little bit of a nut bar. In terms of being a bit uncompromising. Like my best friend, I only had one, go figure, would be like, hey, I want to go to the pool. And I would be like, okay, go have fun. I wouldn't even go with her because, like, Lord forbid, I be forced to do something I don't feel like doing right then and there. So I was kind of terrible. To put it bluntly. Now, was my friend any better? No, she was like, anyway, I'm not going to go into that. I'm not going to go down the road. But anyhow, we're both very troubled teen girls who were disenfranchised and socially bullied. And we also basically weren't always supportive of each other all the time. Let's just say that. So, compromise is not easy, has never been easy for me. I have gotten so much better, chat. Party will tell you. I have learned to listen to people. I have learned to cognitively extend myself. Now, emotionally, maybe not, but cognitively, I can now sit and be like, that seems fair. All right. Okay. So I think I've grown. I've grown a bit. I've gotten a little better. I've learned to calm the fuck down. And I now can say with a hand on my heart that I've become extremely wary. And I think it happened in my teen years. I became extremely wary of groupthink and people who were just going along the easy road. So, but at the same point in time, I had to learn compassion. Well, compassion. I'm going to put cognitive compassion for people who still want to follow group think. So when I think society is going nuts, back in the day, I would have been extremely vitriolic about it. These days, I just get depressed and annoyed, and I just stay indoors and I stop talking to certain people, and I just try to keep a lid on it. So there's coping mechanisms to help you deal with being uncompromising and looking down on people who are sheeple. Because I'm anti-sheeple. Even though I was uncompromising and dogmatic, I wasn't a sheeple. So try to wrap your head around that one. So learning to compromise as a creative has been a journey. And that's why when I critique people who are like my aesthetic, I have to write what I feel like. When I make fun of them, I'm making fun of the old me who was like, oh, you know, I could never do that. Now, there are still some things I will never do. For example, I'm never going to pay money to woke master's degree programs. There's just some boundaries. You have to draw the line somewhere. That was my line in the sand. I was like, I'm not going to put, you know, another 50,000 or whatever, or however much money it is to get a master's degree. I'm not going to put down tens of thousands of dollars to learn some shitty stuff and be silenced in class. So I drew a line in the sand about that, but there are tons of other things where I've learned to be more careful and thoughtful with how I say things or how I respond to things. And that is why I'm saying I know why the algorithm happens. I know why clickbait happens. I know that academics and critics have to use this algorithm to do it. But when the video happens and we are watching the video and they're communicating poorly and they're cherry picking their data, that's when I start losing it. That's when I'm like, okay, so you had a clickbait title and you had a clickbait picture. Okay, fine. You got to get people in the door. But then at least, like, if this is something you care about, then why aren't you being more careful and thoughtful? And the answer is, I understand getting clickbait to get in the door. But if you're literally misinforming or cherry picking data because you want to support this narrative that you're running with, in my opinion, you're no better than the people you're critiquing. You're just as bad as like the people that you dislike at university or whatever. And that's where I think my real beef comes in. Like I roll when I see the clickbaity thumbnails and the titles. I'm just like, oh my gosh. But it's when you get into the actual data and then they're like going for the low-hanging fruit, or they're cherry picking data, or they're only using certain photographs of things, or they're not talking about the other side, or they're not mentioning counter arguments with refutations. That's when I'm just like, what are you doing? Okay, you're supposed to be better than this. Once again, I don't like the system that we are in right now, but I understand it. I respect the grind for the cash, but at the same point in time, like, if this is so important to you, then at least get your stuff inside the video done correctly. Like, at least, like, have the information that is correct. Stop fudging things. Stop making it out to be more than it is. So, it's very easy to talk about integrity when it's not your life that is on the line, when it's your failure to face. So I do appreciate your opinion right there. If you have to play the game to win. Yeah. Once again, like Epic and I, we were talking about, should Epic write lit RPGs or not, right? Should I be writing romance novels or not? And the answer is, both Epic and I have self-respect. We don't want to do things we don't believe in. So we have to find a way to make it so that we believe in it. So it's not a complete cash grab. But we're also making compromises as creative artists to make money, because we got to put money on the table. I can't leech off of Party, and I can't live on, well, the past 2 days I haven't been eating really well, but don't tell Party that. But anyway, the point is, like, I've just been kind of like busy / anyway. So like the reality is, like, you can't just actually, I ordered McDonald's yesterday, so it wasn't so bad, and had a burrito today. So, but that was it. That was pretty much it. So it was kind of bad. So maybe that's why I kind of binged like the chocolate late last night, which like led to other things, which probably wasn't a smart thing to do. But anyway, yeah. Wednesday Addams. Yeah. At least there's no sand in the pools. Is there anything like Hillsdale College in Canada? I don't even know what Hillsdale College is, so I don't know. Preach. She'll find out. Enjoy that while it lasts. When you move up here, 2 square meals a day. McDonald's is the high point. Yeah. Yeah. Fridays and Saturdays I teach 5 hours on Fridays, and I teach 6 hours on Saturday. let's just say I can't cope with the amount of teaching, so then I end up sleeping a lot. She was jelly of mine. Yes. Yeah. Yes. You told me about your macas, and I was like, I need to have it. But anyway, so all this to say, I understand about the algorithm and stuff. Obviously, I'm a YouTuber. I should be thinking about it. It's just like part of me is like grinding my gears on it, because some of the stuff is important to me, and I don't like how it's being handled sometimes, how people are talking about it. I just don't appreciate that. Like, I wish they would treat it with a bit more nuance and thought, instead of just spurting out a video. And I know it's your money, and I know it's like it's just so it's tough, right? It's like, I love it, but I hate it kind of thing.
Let me be honest here, this is far from a new problem. From the moment that people started caring about Tolkien, people have been pushing his more negative and inflammatory takes.
Oh, and Rackin's going. Rest well, and Rackin. Have a good night. You're welcome for the stream. Yeah. Have a good night. Rest up, and we'll keep playing.
People described Tolkien's reaction to Narnia as apoplectic, which Merriam-Webster describes as having a stroke, all over like 3 notes in 3 letters and private conversations where Tolkien basically said, Narnia isn't really my thing. This has been, and likely always will be, a thing for Tolkien and every other person in the world. And while, of course, we should do what we can to call out creators who are doing more egregious harm with what they're saying, part of the responsibility does fall onto you, the consumer of this media. Anytime you find yourself falling down a new rabbit hole, a new show, a new writer, a new theme in history, a new educator, it is very worthwhile to click out of the app which you have fallen down the rabbit hole of and do some of your own research. Check the sources of the people that are educating you. Read an article from a different author. Check out a book on the subject. Do your own research in your own time. Don't assume that just because it's in a Reddit post or a headline, it's true. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but sometimes people on the internet lie. As consumers of media, we need to be aware of the fact that our attention is money, and people will do anything to get that attention, even if it means spreading dishonesty, fear, and hatred. And when it comes to looking at people, to learning about people from the present or the past, it is so important to remember that as much as it is fun to have our little characters, to imagine what they were like, these are real people. And as tricky as it can sometimes be to unravel the layers of that character, to find the root of the real person underneath, it is always worthwhile. Online Tolkien scholarship is a really interesting place, because I feel like people are so hyper-aware of the impact that he has had on fantasy and the things that he has created, but we are still very, very slowly getting to know who he was as a real person. And if you're interested in diving a little bit deeper into this, I do recommend checking out the Humphrey Carpenter Tolkien biography, whilst keeping in mind that Humphrey Carpenter had his own biases, so don't take any of it at face value. I also highly recommend checking out these books, which are just 2 examples of a lot of the modern Tolkien scholarship going on. These are 2 very different Tolkien scholars with very different points of view, which means that it's so fun to compare and contrast what they have written. There is also a revised and expanded version of Tolkien's letters that just came out, I think, this year, and I highly recommend checking that out if you want a bit more of a nuanced approach to Tolkien's letters. I feel like I've said the word nuanced like 30 times in this video. But as always, your best bet for getting to know Tolkien is probably just diving a little bit deeper into what he wrote and what he put out there. I promise there is an absolutely fascinating man buried in there. So happy reading, ye Tolkien scholars, young and old. Just please remember that everybody in history, in biographies, and on the internet is a real person, and they deserve the understanding and respect that you would give to anyone else. If you enjoyed this video or you learned something, consider giving it a like, because that really helps me out with the algorithmic gods. And do consider subscribing if you want to come back here every week to hear me talk about Tolkien and other stuff also. I have been working on our Halloween special video this year since like June.
Okay, we're gonna stop here. Does Tolkien hate everything? I'm gonna give her a like and a subscribe. I think this was actually a very lovely, well thought out. I didn't have to do much criticism here. You noticed, chat, I was very quiet because I was listening, kind of relearning a couple things. Honestly, I have to agree with her. Like, the situation is what it is. We got to work with it. We got to compromise. If we want to make big, we got to do what we got to do. But at the same point in time, at least the content of the video that you make should be solid and well-informed as far as you can. And I really appreciate how she said that we need to get to know him through his writing. This is, for me, probably the most egregious thing that happens in modern adaptations, is this disrespect and this erasure of voice. When they come in and they rewrite Rings of Power, or they write Rings of Power and they are rewriting Tolkien lore, it's not just a question of, oh, they did it badly. There is a sense of disrespect that happens. We saw it with Star Wars. We saw it with Rings of Power. And it is literally erasing a voice. This is a person, okay? This is a person. And the best way to ignore a person is to make him inhuman, to make him a caricature, to make him invalid. And then you can do whatever you want with what he made. And I think it's gross and disgusting when people do that. If I was a ghostwriter, as a ghostwriter, when a writer, or like when a creative or a person who wants to build their brand, or a publisher, when they come to me and say, I want this book written, guess what I do? I write the damn book. It doesn't matter what I feel about that book. Chat knows in Discord how many times I was almost banging my head against the wall about this one project I was working on because it was driving me crazy. But I still was focused on getting that vision out as far as I was able to. And yeah, the hubris of a lot of modern writers that erases the voice of the person that you're supposed to be adapting, it's kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie. Lots of props to Jess, a lovely young lady. She has some good books on that back shelf. She has Dracula. She has Dune. She has Greek plays. She has Macbeth, Hamlet. She has Firefly. She has The Spice Must Flow. It's probably like a DVD or some kind of book about Dune. Bottom shelf is basically all about Tolkien, basically. But yeah, she has some good books on her bookshelf. She's clearly, her brain is screwed on, her head's screwed on straight. It is also said that go not to the elves for advice, for they will say both yea and nay. Tolkien was an elf. I've seen so many of those clickbait videos. Tolkien says it's all right, not my type though. And they title the video, Why Tolkien Absolutely Hated X, every damn time. He was an academic. Complaining is our culture. Trees. The man liked him some trees. One subtlety of opinion that often gets lost in today's polarizing discourses is the ability to like a thing in one way but dislike it in another. We tend to be an all or nothing in the way we talk about people's opinions. But this is not necessarily how we think about complex things. I am perfectly capable of appreciating the narrative composition of Song of Fire and Ice, for example, while intensely disliking its general themes. It's rather unfair to assume Tolkien hated a whole of a work or an idea simply because he disliked an aspect of that work. Except apparently Disney. Great job, Jess. Yes. See, I was trying to explain that to, I think it was Karn the other day. Karn was like, oh, you need to read Game of Thrones. And I was like, nah. And he was like, oh, but Game of Thrones is really good. Yes, but I do not like it. And then we went and we talked about why I don't like it. And that has nothing whatsoever to do with whether it is good or not. It's everything to do with, do I like it or not? And what you like or what you dislike will determine what you're going to invest your time in. I also think like when you are a certain age, you kind of are like, yeah, okay, I'll give that a go. But when you get to another kind of age, then you're like, I have only a limited amount of minutes left on this earth. So, you got to be discerning. So there's that. But anyway, so we got in 2 videos and an article. How am I doing for time? Uh, 12 a.m. What do you guys think? This is a 46-minute thing. I don't know if I should stop here. What are people saying? Let's put on some Skyrim music. What are people saying? People have been doing this for a while now with Henry Cavill. Of all the AI-looking articles of Henry Cavill supposedly saying this, supposedly saying that, when the man has never been shy of media. Lost count of how many times Henry Cavill walked out on the Amazon deal. So I can easily imagine this happening to Tolkien. Yeah, absolutely. Nar? Party is saying nar. What do other people say? I think I might have to listen to my mod. Jar Jar Martin was referenced, and I wasn't there to spit bile and suffer on his corpulent bulk. Sag? Yes. So essentially, Wooly, we were saying that you can say something is good in one way, but say you don't like it in another way, right? That happens for a lot of people. It's no, like, you can say, oh, Ellen Montgomery is technically brilliant, but she's not my cup of tea. Like, it's a whole thing. What is Arm? Why is Arm posting a cat in the box? What is that? That is cute. Whatever it is, Arm. Guys, YouTube is so lame. I need to figure out Twitch. But then if I go on Twitch, will I get like canceled in 10 seconds? I feel like I could. But I could just tell I could like label my thing Ace. I could say hashtag Ace, hashtag, what's the Ace flag? Is it white or is it gray? I don't know. Scroll general chat, Wooly. Oh, yeah. Last few days. Wooly, you have missed out on so much. The conversation that we had about Gambia would have Wooly would have lost hairs. What hair he has left, he would have lost. Ben was having a blast. So was Leo. I don't think Leo is here anymore, though. MB was there. Ben was there. Leo was there. Who else was there? I did talk with Epic the other day. I doubt Twitch would notice my thought crimes. True and real. We could probably sneak in there. I just feel like Twitch has better emotes. Is it just me? Purple, white, gray, black is Ace. Oh, see, it's been a while. I used to hang out on the Ace community on LiveJournal back in the day, but then I left because it got cringe AF. The first and the last book were the only 2 books worth reading. Oh, that is interesting, Herman. Do you mind sharing why you say that? I'm very interested. I read excerpts from his one book that my friend had in the bathroom, and I was like, nah, not my cup of tea. Twitch has better chat interactions, right? Like, Arm just posted a cute little emote, but like, I don't know what that is. I can't read it. Sag. I'll see if we can try to do restream again. We'll see. I don't know. But so while we wait for Herman, I'm contemplating here. It's 12 a.m. I'm probably not going to go to bed anytime soon, but I have classes tomorrow night, so I kind of want to prepare for them. At like 12 in the evening, at like midnight. Is that weird? It probably is weird, but it is. You have to read all the books, but the first and last are only books that have existential storylines. Yeah, he strikes me as a very... This is like saying any history novel about the War of the Roses is corrupt and evil because the events are grim and dark. Not gonna lie, I was molding when you started reading the reviews for Crosstales. Why were you molding, Ben? Can you share what your thoughts are about Crosstales? I don't care about our politics and War of Roses crap. Court politics and War of Roses crap. Yeah, so Herman, my takeaway with George R. R. Martin is that he is what I would call a modernist writer, in the sense that he's concerned about the psychology and the interpersonal dynamics and air quote realism. Okay, air quote realism, like the nitty gritty realism. And there are a lot of people who mistake that for air quote good writing. I think it's a mistake. And we watched this one video where it was discovered that he might have been trying to say something deep about the human condition, but everyone was like, booba, killing, and he became black-pilled by how people totally didn't get what he was actually trying to say. Because it's kind of like those fanfic writers who want you to feel sad for someone, but you don't feel sad for them at the end, so then you're like, you know, like they get upset. Or like J.K. Rowling, how she got about Draco Malfoy. So anyway, so like you have these authors who fail to get their point across. And then they get salty. But he was, in my opinion, his writing is indicative of a very materialist worldview. And is very... he's so focused on being realistic and nitty gritty that it comes at the cost of the aesthetic sublime moment. Wait a minute, Miro was doing a cat in a box as well? How are you guys doing this? Is this an emote? I'm gonna see. They come out with something new? Oh. Ow. Wow. Look at that. Look at YouTube go. Wow. We now have like emoji little things. This is kind of lame. I saw Catboy art and thought, Chieko will like this. You know what, Ben? I was hyper-focusing, okay? Blame my ADD. No, I'm kidding. Ben is trying to take care of me, and I'm like slamming the door in his poor face. My poor Lala bro, trying to keep an eye out for my Catboy needs. And I was like, what? I don't get it. I went straight to the reviews, didn't I, Ben? That must have had you like, you know what? I wish listed it, okay? I'm gonna move it up. I'm gonna move it up to the top, okay? It's going to the top of my wish list. I saw it on you saw it on PSN? Really? Is it free on PSN? I wanted more of the others and the coming long war. The long winter. Yeah, winter is coming. The demo is. Oh, okay. Interesting. It looks like Tactic Advance, so I would try it out. You know, comics went through similar periods in the West. The Golden Age of comics, where Batman started off murking people. Silver Age, where he became all about gadgets and no murking. And Bronze. The Bronze Age of comics reflected the killing Joker and psychological aspect of Batman. But of course, I'm using Batman as an example. Yeah. No, I get it, though. I get it. Yeah. Well, and that's where I'm saying is, like, there's a fine line between materialist beliefs and things and, like, removing everything that's meaningful from a narrative. And I think if you're so focused on making a point that it takes away that energy from your writing, like, I don't want to read it. I'm going to be frank as well, chat. Like, the past couple of years have been a bit of a challenge. And so I also don't have the mental and emotional bandwidth to read depressing shit. Like, I need light in my life, not more shadow, if that makes sense. I'm not trying to complain here or trauma dump, okay? But what I mean to say is, like, sometimes you shouldn't put more depression in your life. Maybe you should put in things that are what the Apostle Paul said. Think on that which is lovely and blah, 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 blah. So, like, sometimes it's good to, like, pursue hope, you know? Pursue hope. Yeah. No, I should I should actually go to my store, my wish list. And I'm going to sort by rank. And then I'll go all the way down. And then I'll go like this. This is how we do it. The dumping grounds. There's a lot in here. But that's just what you do. You just throw things in here and then you move the stuff that you kind of like up. We'll put it here. Should it go above Metaphor Refantasio, though? Maybe. Cat people. Why is there so few cat people stuff in this world? Why do I have to do all the writing for cat people? This is really sad. This is depressing me. WTF is that wish list? Look, okay. It is what it is. Right now I'm taking a backstep from politics. Things are boiling more, not less, and I'm just taking a long rest before the next round of combat, you know? Look, Epic, I felt like this when I returned to Canada after China, and I was faced with my country making certain voting decisions that I kind of didn't appreciate. And I had to decide very early on, am I going to sit here and stew over something that I literally cannot change? Or am I going to make art and try to, like, do something with my life? And I decided to go with the latter. I can't do anything about the voting habits of people in Canada, but I can do something about art. I can do something about writing, studying video game development, drawing, all of that good stuff. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to wind down. I guess next week we will do why they can't subvert the hero. So I think that's Woolly's. Woolly wants me to play Arknight. Miro and Shay want me to react to WoW content. So maybe next week will be a mixture, and I'll put up like a little schedule. And it will tell people when things are happening, and they can pop in and pop out as they please. Catboy enjoyers suffer while Catgirl enjoyers indulge in every whim. Yes, I have to suffer. But Wooly keeps luring me back into Arknights by sending me pictures of like Foxmen and Wolf Boys and cat people. So like maybe I just need to play Arknights and populate my list full of guys. And that will be my gotcha. It's her wish list. Yes. Yeah. Just don't look at it, okay? It's a dumping ground. It's just the way it is. We just put blinkers on. Just put blinkers. Put blinkers. Put blinkers on. Depressed horseman. Yes. Yes. With a gorgeous singing voice. But before we close the stream and everything, can chat tell me what are their week plans? So this week, I'm going to be potentially helping my brother with moving. I'm potentially going to be teaching as usual. And as chat knows, the good news is that my client is now in the hands of an editor and I will be paid. I am praying that the Canadian dollar will continue to be depressed. Let's actually check it. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh! Okay, wait a minute. Oh! Yes! Yes! Will it go lower? Chat, will it go lower? I'm terrible. I'm so terrible. Look, okay? Look. I'm getting paid in US dollars. I'm just hoping it continues through Monday, Tuesday. So I can move the money through PayPal into my account and I'll get paid a shit ton of money. Stoic Russian Griffin men. Is Wooly trying to suck me into Arc Knights? I think he's trying his hardest, and I think that's kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Doki doki. Rest well, party. Thank you for hanging out with us. Good luck with your terrible work right now. Party is being swamped by HST season, so it's basically like a tax and taxes season, and then there's like people missing from her work, so she's like Anatevka. She's underfed, overworked Anatevka. Profiting off the downfall of your countrymen? Yes. Because I'm not going to profit any other way. My countrymen haven't helped me at all. They voted a certain person in 2 times in a row. This is where I'm at now. Okay, this is my only bright light. This is my only consolation after 8 years of getting effed over. This is where I'm going to celebrate where I can. Okay, ARM. So I'm hoping if it can stay this way, this will help me a lot, because I don't know how many people in chat remember, but I am moving in I'm moving in about 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, and the apartment that I'm living in right now is like $375 a month, and I will be going up to $750, $800 a month for just rent, not utilities, not internet included, not anything else, just the rent will be like $800 a month. So I'll be going up $500. So yeah, I need this to help me pay the first and last for the apartment with party, and yeah, I don't feel sorry at all. We brought this on ourselves after decades of stupidity. This is where we're at now. So yeah. Okay, so what is Ben doing this week? Same thing I do every week. Pinky, try and take over the world. Pinky and the brain. Are you Pinky, Ben? More job searching. Oh, good luck, Miro. I really hope you get a job that will kind of maybe get you out of the house. Elder care. Ew. And maybe some gaming, perhaps. Yes. Maybe do some of that grind you were talking about. Planning on buying a bike this week. Oh, Arm, why are you buying a bike? What's the bike for? I need you to try to buy groceries for me? Damn. Oh, don't worry. I need to buy groceries for myself. Looks like the Canadian dollar went up after the tariff announcements. Interesting. The dollar went up? No, the dollar went down. Arm. The dollar went down. Or up or whatever. They're trying to bolster it. So right now, 2100 to 3096. That's really nice. Yesterday it was only 3000. Now it's 3096, which is nice. Or was it 31? I'm trying to remember. Did it go up or did it go down? I'm hoping it will stay depressed. I don't want it to go up. I want the Canadian dollar to be super weak. I need someone to talk about its story who doesn't just go derp evil hot anime woman. Let's gamba. Yeah, sure. I will do my best, Wooly. I'll do my best. Renoviction. Yes, my renoviction continues. Oh, this week I'm planning on posting another Riva story. Like I said previously, I'm in this flow of extra creative energy. Jayo. Epic. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm watching the dollar right now because I want to do it on a day where I can get the most Canadian out of... I want the most bang for my buck. Just so you remember, Arm, this payment is for something that I spent a year working on. I've been trying to, like, figure out how much I was paid per hour. Actually, it was something like... So let's say I get paid 3K, divide it by, I could easily say I spent 300 hours on this project, so I got paid $10 an hour, maybe. That's an optimistic. I could have been paid at least as low as $6 an hour. The most Canuck for your buck? Yeah. What server? You want to figure out what time and what server to best use your guild. Exactly, Epic. You know it. Yeah. So I'm going to let it sit in my PayPal account as USD and then see when it will be good to move over. I'll talk to my brother because he's smart. So anyway, so my week is going to be teaching, packing, and doing hopefully some YouTube recordings. Nothing has changed. Yeah. Well, you are grinding in WoW. That's kind of new, Miro. And you're looking for a job, so that's better than nothing. Kind of. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I think, ARM, the Canadian dollar might try to rally, but I hope it doesn't rally. So there you go. I'm just being a terrible person now. Anyhow. Let's end it here. Next week, we have Woolies. I think it's Woolies that says, why can't they subvert the hero? Maybe we'll do some WoW reacts. I don't know. Lambast me in general chat for what you want to... Like, honestly, guys, if you want a request for specific content that you're, like, dying... for, just let me know in general chat at me. Let me know and say, I'm dying for you to respond to this. Please end my pain. And we can start thinking about that. But anyway, I'm going to end it here at 12:30 a.m. But I might I might be chatting with people in general chat if you guys still want to chat and hang out. I've been looking for a job for 2 years. Yeah, I mean, there was a period, Miro, where I couldn't make enough money ghostwriting, so I went and worked in a factory, and it was pretty terrible. But, you know, I had to do what I had to do. Sometimes you have to do what you have to do. You're not going to get what you want. You just gotta kind of cope with it, or just be super poor, you know. But that's kind of the way it is, unfortunately. Especially with the job market these days, it's really tough. So I feel your pain. Sometimes you want to work in a specific place and you can't. And that is just, it sucks. It sucks a lot. But yeah. Okay, well, thank you, Epic. Thank you, Wooly. Thank you, Miro and Ben and Arm and everyone else who I may not have mentioned, who might be still here in the chat. I don't know. Thank you so much for coming today and chatting. And next week, we will continue on in various stuff, and I'll see you all around. I'll see you all around next time. Okay, bye.